Please.
Oh dear.
I feel like we're getting derailed again, as always.
I mean, you'd have... No, never mind.
Okay.
I was just going to say you'd have to be railed first to be derailed. Yeah, that's a terrible statement,
me,
so...
princess.
Whew.
And now the stream is 18 plus.
Yes, it was always 18 plus, let's face it. As I said, I made a conscious decision to just tag every stream I do as mature, given the company I keep. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Always
Well,
safer.
Yeah, it means, Colin, that I was surprised you didn't want to join the Friday game. That was all, and I understand why you shouldn't. So, mostly those.
I can't do 3 games
Yeah.
a week.
Yeah, I mean...
That's the main reason.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're lovely people. I can't fucking handle that.
No, definitely not. Nobody should, realistically. Nobody should. So, anyway, welcome to the Invasion, session 67. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 29th of September, 2021. Yeah. I guess there's other things I usually do in the intro, but that's good enough. Here are the players.
Hello, I am Tom. Back
Hello,
from
Tom.
my vacation from last week, where I went on a nice holiday to the Hydro to watch Drew McIntyre. And tonight I will be playing Drew McIntyre, Eldritch, Barbarian Elf.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still terrible at everything.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Eldrath, the Dragonborn Monk.
And also a good night from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Clericy Druid.
Yeah, that sounds about right. What do you guys remember from last time? Time.
Well, I remember from last week.
Well, tell us, let's know. How is that with it?
Let's try to do that all at once again. Right. No, sorry.
I remember seeing Drew McIntyre, the Scottish hero.
Right.
Nah, I'm joking.
Just blow by blow your last...
Pride of
you know,
Air,
like-
yes.
So, maybe specific to
Technically
this
Prestwick, but
game,
doesn't count.
though. Maybe. Yeah. So, anybody? No.
Big zombie.
Yeah?
Looked dead. And indeed was dead, but it wasn't that kind of dead. So we need to needed to induce a further and more unequivocal death in it, which I believe is a medical term.
Unequivocal
If
death, yeah.
medicine exists in this setting, I'm not sure. Yeah, and we did that quite successfully using the power of crowd control abilities.
Yeah. Yep. It was a strong
Wallace, I've got the
Strong
wrong
effort.
death. That's my Grommet voice. It's not very good, but it's mine.
Yeah.
Surely that's your Wallace.
I don't remember which one's which, I'll be honest with you.
Look at
in
you
many
getting
ways-
old references, Alexander.
I was raised on Wallace and Gromit.
Okay.
Okay, well, there you go.
That kind
Because
of
it was-
explains a lot.
It was from so far in the past before my birth, you see.
Lol.
We increased the value of the highest combo. Path to the Grave.
Yep.
It's a good ability.
Yeah. Strong. Yep. It's disgusting, in fact. Again, had it not been fire damage that you did and it was just normal, regular, everyday damage, and I got to actually officially roll that DC 89 check. Oh, absolute fucking nonsense.
Nice.
It was actually excellent. It was a fantastic. Again, for the fact that, and I stated this at the end of the last session, or at least if I didn't, just pretend I did. That for pretty much sure that was a CR9, right? And
Yeah,
these are all
you said
eight,
that much, yeah.
8. So that's was pretty strong for you guys, considering generally the CR ratings roughly balance between 4 to 5 party members.
Or you said that at some point. To be fair, I'm not convinced.
I think it was Monday.
necessarily-
I think it was Monday.
Yeah.
I said that. Yeah, but like, Yeah, I'm sure last week I did say that you did a really fantastic, stellar, standout job of some kind. Regarding the fact that the three of you did pretty much handle that pretty well. As you saw, though, it could easily have went a very different direction had you not kept on top of the thing. So that was really, really good. So yeah, essentially, Eltris, your team did really well. You should be really proud of them. Just want to repeat
You
that.
should get some crowd control spells already.
I just realised my mic was muted. I did say that I was always really proud of you, and I just wanted to just say
Well,
that.
that's sweet.
Okay.
Speaking of being proud of us, did you add your experience points?
Yeah, to your character sheet.
Oh.
Oh.
Did not. I didn't actually get it to them, so I'm just taking it from this conversation. I am now assuming that that thing is dead. But the last time
Oh yeah.
I was still alive, so
Yeah, I suppose, there we go. You want to fill him in on I guess, the latter half of the session, then? In whatever fashion you see fit? Possibly
Just-
interpretive
just
dance?
bitch slapped it really. I mean, no, it did a very powerful glary move at me because it was restrained, which froze me for a turn and did 34 damage. I
Something
wanna
like that,
say,
yeah. It was about, it was in the 30s, yeah.
which is quite.
It could have been a lot
significant.
higher.
Yeah.
Could have been an awful
Could
lot
have been,
higher.
yeah.
It
could have
was
been 60 if
34
it
because you
was-
rolled it and it was one under the standard
Yeah.
35, yeah.
Yes, yes, it was.
It was
That's-
nice.
I remember that. Yeah. No. So it would have topped out at 60. I think was the highest
Mhm.
possible. So 60 wasn't enough to kill me in a oneer, but very close, all told. And yeah, so that was handy. But it did freeze me for a turn. But during that turn, we were pretty well on the road to beating it anyway. So it could definitely there was room for that to go a lot worse than it did. But we managed to crowd control it heavily early on. And aside from its aura ability that you probably noticed is all rolling for, aside from that, it really didn't get to do much, and that happened automatically. But when it did get to use that ability, which it tried, I think, maybe once before it used it successfully.
What, the
Am I mistaken?
Oh, the glare? Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd made
Yeah.
the save the first time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
And it wasn't
Give that,
everything. If you don't save, it's everything, and if you saved, you got nothing. So it was a very
Yeah.
hit or miss ability.
it's a very effective ability, but yeah, like it's not like a reduced effect. If it's a save, it's a complete nothing.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily to say that the ability itself isn't scary. It is. It's
Oh no,
just like,
yeah.
like,
The fact that it
you
doesn't
can
exhaust
outroll it.
is pretty bad. Like, yeah, I can use that every turn. That's scary.
So it's not one of those encounters where it was like we 100% had to crowd control this thing because its abilities were so strong. It was a case of like it used that ability because that's what it could use. And it perhaps might have just swung at us a bit more often had it been able to move freely. So, yeah, it was an interesting encounter, and we definitely were quite dominant, really.
Yep.
We
did very well.
all leaned into our sort of like crowd control abilities, and we had a classic.
Takedown.
Yeah. Can you guess who got the kill?
no, Ryan.
It was Fleep out.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah. So that was it was very nicely done as someone who said earlier. Chris said earlier, I think it was a great combo with
Team,
the
yeah.
yeah.
Good tag team, yeah.
That ability is lovely. It really is lovely, but it unfortunately sort of requires a nice bit of timing, which can sometimes be hard to line up. But yeah, Eyes of the Grave. No, not Eyes of the Grave. Path to the Grave.
Yep.
Just wonderful ability that happened to line up with a really nice roll, plus some other abilities used with like I think it was just a singular action to do all that damage, wasn't it? From Libet.
Because it was like cancelling our bonus
Yeah.
actions.
or of fuck your bonus action.
Yeah.
It was a really nice synergy.
That
Just
was
very,
good.
very like that was one of the most satisfying combats I've ever been in. Even though, like, in some ways, it does feel a little like, oh, it's a shame it didn't really get to do much. But it's like, yeah, we just fucking stun locked it.
It's the fact that you
Not
saw what it
quite,
was
but close.
capable of doing, so you're kind of glad that you feel like you being able to stun lock it is nice, because you go, we really did make sure it couldn't fuck us up. When user opinion.
Oh, it definitely, yeah.
Mhm.
I definitely get the impression it was capable of
Mhm.
doing a lot of damage had it been allowed to sort of act freely.
That was good. Again, proud GM parent here. Yep, definitely very proud of the party. Yep, it was good. Because unlike those other GMs out there, I actually just quite like it when the party
Not
synergize
like those
very
other
well.
GMs.
Oh, not like those other GMs, the ones that sit and cackle behind their screens and going, "How dare you defeat me?" Yeah, nonsense.
Yeah, but even as you said last week, Ryan, you played that at that undead's full strength. You even said that you'd thought about downgrading it slightly because it was.
Yeah, like I definitely did consider like reducing its strength just because I knew we were one down, but I went, I can do that on the fly if I have to. It doesn't really need to stay completely, together during a fight. Like I don't mind if bits of it fall
Well,
off.
it's like, obviously, we rolled pretty well on the whole.
Oh, I guess I was cut off for that then.
Sorry?
I said, I guess I was cut off for that then. Until you never got my reply to Keldreth there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess my connection must have dipped for a second then.
Yeah, you just disappeared and reappeared in Roll20.
Interesting. How curious. Well, I missed whatever was said after Keldreth said, even I had said that I was going to reduce bits of it in case. Because my reply was, like, I don't actually have an issue with running it as is and then reducing it mid-fight is pretty much what I said. So, yeah. And whatever you said, I'm sure was lovely too.
All that happened after that was that I said that, yeah, like we rolled well, and I was going to say, like, had we rolled poorly, it could have been dramatically more challenging, right? It was like, it underscores how swingy D&D could be.
Yeah.
If I missed that initial stun, we could have been in a lot of trouble. I mean, it's quite simple. The roll was with us last week.
It's
this
not
week,
guaranteed to go down.
Yeah.
It's good though because
Exactly.
it wasn't an easy fight the way it was set up because it was a DC 17 for most of the saves that were coming up. It just so happened. Even the one that was based on damage that also ended up working out to be a DC 17 for you. Yep. So it was.
Yeah.
Yep, it was good. I liked that. Very, very good. So it's a pretty high number to hit, even at this level. Pretty high number. So again, you did well. You were hit with the aura that obviously reduced extra attacks and bonus action stuff, which did slow down some of them, but ultimately you handled it very well, and you did all the damage you needed to get rid of it, which was good. And there was no way its Undead Fortitude move was ever going to kick in, based on about 10 different things, because of how well you had taken it down. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that's a lot of damage.
I'm going to have to make this harder next time.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, that's again like my GMing style as well, isn't I'm not really they did that so easy, so I need to make it harder. It just means this is easy now for you guys. Like this area, this is how you feel about it. Means maybe you just want to try and bravely try and take on 2 at a time or whatever. For me, like I don't intend to just somehow double their stats because I wanted it to be a certain difficulty. I prefer to design things for how I want them to be, and if you guys are just good at it, then you are good at it, and that's something to have fun with. To me, that makes more sense, because an area should be as dangerous as the area is, it shouldn't reflect the people walking through it. That's weird. Unless it's that cave in Star Wars. So, that's where we are.
The cave of symbolism.
Yes. So, Eltris, do you have any questions for your party members based on what you missed?
Did you just miss me?
I should have been more specific. I should have been more specific. That was on me, guys.
No, I think from what I saw and the kind of conversation, I think, I think I'm pretty much caught up. Just like, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what was like? Is there some sort of canon reason why I wasn't in this place last week with you. Like,
You were there? What are you talking about? You were there the whole time?
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
you were just sitting at the edge of the pool watching us.
Yeah.
Didn't we bother interfere?
Clapping.
Huge.
Well done. Well done.
Well done, guys. You did so well.
Lacing up your ice skates. I'll be on in a minute. That's 10 rounds. I know.
No, I think I'm pretty much caught up. Where was it kind of left off? Like, there was no surprise appearance for Cynthia.
Yes, there was.
Absolutely perfect. Bill Beans.
we are in Cynthia's company at the present time.
I thought you said steel beams, not cool beans. Then it took me a second. And I was like, wait, what? Oh, right.
You're right. Cynthia's smile isn't warm enough to melt steel beams. You are correct. Moving swiftly on. Fucking hell. Yes. Does anybody want to fill in Eltris on what happened at the end? Since you obviously seen the start of the session, Eltris, that you said you watched. So you saw Cynthia's participation in that aspect. But anybody want to describe the ending?
Well, basically, Cynthia appeared to us while we were taking a short rest, and I think her parting comments was she's now aware of us, looking at the mountains and whoever controls the zombies. We assuming that's what she meant, and that's more or less where we left it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think, so pretty much the party discussed how that could have gone a lot worse than it did. They were pleased it went as well as it did. Are we likely to face more of them? And then, like her reply was pretty much, well, she's aware of you now. Dun dun dun. So there was that. But then also the party during the wrap-up section did comment on, well, we've nearly leveled, so maybe we do want to bump into them again. So
One or two more.
So we get some XP.
yeah. That was it in kayfabe though.
So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Bill Beans. I like it.
Any other questions? Or are you good? Caught up?
I think I'm pretty much caught up, and I'm all steel beams now. So
Okay.
yeah,
Steel beams all the way down. So.
steel beams.
Oh, let's not have that as a catchphrase. Like, please, no. Goals.
Colin's
Let's look at
started it.
those. So yeah, Colin will start a lot of things. Okay, you just have to be
didn't
mature
start
enough
anything.
to
I
not
merely
be.
said.
Yes, that was the problem.
Don't let the bigger boys.
Goals.
Goals.
What are they?
They are varied and they have many facets. So I'll go through the general if you prefer.
Yeah, please do.
Reach the city of Barris.
Yep.
Decide fate of Dragon Egg Smiley Face. Stop the deaths Cynthia predicted. Identify source of undead blight / use stag. This is a separate one, not as like an addendum to the identify source of undead blight. Use stag as Cynthia intended, and mine was keep party alive till we reach the top of the mountain.
Yeah, Eltris, your personal goal.
I can only assume that is Colin that's wrote that in.
No.
My goal in life is just Big Brew, apparently.
Oh dear. Yep. This is how Monday got to 3 years, by the way, guys. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what you were talking about. We didn't say a damn thing about Big Drew. That might be false.
I was
might
gonna
be
say that
It's
might be
possibly
lies.
did say something about Big Drew.
There is a good chance it may have happened, but I couldn't speak to the accuracy of that statement. Keldrath, your personal goal.
Protect the dragon egg at the moment.
Alexander, what happened? See one for you.
Yeah, the more I thought about it, the less sure I was.
Okay. So nothing? You got nothing?
Not really.
No, nothing. Okay, nothing from the previous list of ideas? Like the one that just says drunkard, Eric's brother, and the bats, which is like my favourite goal. Because I don't even know how you complete that.
It's just like 3 goals. Drunkard is at least a goal.
I just like the fact that it's just Drunkard, Eric's brother, and the Bats. There is no actual qualifier in there. It's more of a statement or a band name. Like
The Bats is a band, yeah. Made Up in Blue. That's a song by the Bats. There you go. I had the reference.
see, look at that. There we go. Somehow relevant.
Nice.
But anyway, sure, all that's good. I guess then we'll just jump straight into the game then. Still say straight in at this stage. So, yeah, you're sat round campfire in a small cave-like, let's just call it an amendment to the rock wall. And yeah, you've had, I guess, some time pass as you've, probably eaten, I imagine, and sat, because I think we were taking a short rest to decide what our actual plan was. So yeah, team.
That sounds right.
Cynthia was happy to stay and warm her hands against the fire, so there is that.
Okay, if we're in the moment.
Yeah.
So who aware of this?
And kind of like rub her hands and kind of like blow on them ever so slightly, and then kind of like rub them again, put them up against the heat. And she says, The one behind your friend back there.
But I mean, I gathered some necromancer must have created that thing, but well, you said she, and you looked, which suggests that you know who and where this might have come from.
And she just kind of like gives you like a look as if looking for an answer in like, your demeanor. And then she kind of just nods. And she says, yes, the person in question's a blight on these lands. And she has taken a dislike to the fire giants. She kind of just nods, kind of like staring at the fire.
Fleabite would pipe up and say, "And does she make league?"
And Cynthia just looks at you and kind of just nods. She says, she is amassing a horde of what you fought. And it's a shame that the ones that fall against them don't get to rest. They are simply raised to join the ranks.
Terrible. What's that?
She kind of just nods and just like a shiver, and she like rubs her shoulders.
Politely not saying, "Aren't you dead?"
Yep. Things we are not saying.
Also, not using ice in the grave.
I mean, you often say that you forget to use them, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't say you can't use it in this scenario.
I am pointedly not using.
Okay. I like that distinctly looking
he might
elsewhere.
not be fully alive, but he doesn't really want necessarily confirmation in that. It'd just be another thing to worry him.
Yeah, I think in some cases ignorance isn't blissful. So yeah, it's good.
If you don't know, you don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah,
That's how it
exactly.
works.
Anybody else have anything else to say in this particular?
I'm going to say, can she be beat?
And I think Cynthia looks over at the fire at you and kind of smirks a bit and goes, I think everyone can be beat, right?
So, but can if we were to try to stop this individual, do you rate our chances of success?
And she like rubs her hands and blows on them again and like holds them to the fire and she says, if yous are as swift and coordinated as yous were with the last one, perhaps she's not so mindless, however. So perhaps depends. Do you wish to kill her? Simply avoid her? Negotiate passage? Assist her? Join her? Like, and she starts like playfully like listing off different things. Because it really depends on the goal you're trying to achieve with her. She has an agenda. You'll either fit in or against it.
Her hatred of the fire giants, is that something, a weakness? Is it because of the fire?
She nods and just says, I'm not of the mountain, but I don't imagine the frost enjoys the heat.
That would certainly make sense. If she's acting rationally, perhaps she could be reasoned with.
Kind of like something kind of like shrugs gently and then kind of says, it all depends on, I guess, the topic being discussed. I don't imagine she will have enjoyed you dismantling one of her own, but misunderstandings happen.
It's suppose I've never really given much thought to how one who raises zombie would feel about someone else putting it back down. It didn't really occur to me that she'd particularly care, but perhaps only only from a tactical standpoint. Loss of a single one of these, they are big and powerful.
She kind of just nods to that. And she says, the methods might not be what you're fully familiar with, but I imagine there may be more of herself in this summoning than you might be familiar with.
If we were to pass through these lands without seeking out confrontation with those things, do you think it's likely that she'll let us pass, or will she?
You're heading up, she is heading down. If you can avoid her and her legion, she kind of just looks around very briefly at like the group. You're a small number. You could sneak past. It would seem foolish for her to march after you if her prize lies below. But, as you can possibly guess, she may have expendable resources.
We've also not considered that we would eventually have to come back down.
It's a fair point.
Cynthia just smiles, kind of that, and kind of like rubs her kind of biceps to try and like heat up a bit. Pulls her cloak around her a bit more.
As you say, there's a good chance that we'll encounter her on the return journey, and if that's the case,
kind of just nods. Again, I don't like leaving things for later, generally. I prefer to try and deal with things as they approach. However, this is your path to walk. She kind of like aims at everybody sitting around the fire. If you feel like it's best to avoid her now, perhaps you should. If you feel confident in your skills, then I imagine you would make a friend of the fire giants.
I know you said you're not of the mountain, but can we work on? Do you think we can work on the assumption that her destruction ends the Legion? Does her magic enhance them? That might be the wrong word. Sustain them.
And she
Would be better.
points to your shoulder and says, "Would your bird fly if you were not breathing?"
Just nodding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she kind of like gently shrugs at that and she goes, "I don't know the answer to that, but I have my assumptions, as I imagine you may have yours." She looks over like Vanger and kind of nods, and yours. However, who can say until that particular bridge has been put to the test, if indeed this is something you wish to do.
I take your point that the return journey may be difficult if we don't resolve this now. Where do we find ourselves? I must confess, I'm not inclined to seek out distractions, but these are the animation of the dead to menace the living, and their own people, no less. It doesn't sit right with.
Yeah, and like Cynthia has like a kind of like severe look on her face as well, as if like in deep thought of that. Almost as if off put by the same kind of thought. And she says, "It's ever so unnatural, turning someone's people against them."
Okay.
Mhm.
This issue.
Mhm.
Turning the winds against us.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Very appropriate.
Mhm.
He just strokes his beard thoughtfully.
Mhm. Yeah. Anyone else got anything to ask of Cynthia before she decides to probably get up and just vanish as she normally does? Levi, Eldris?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think kind of personally, I mean, Kildras and Vanger have kind of.
Well, how does Eldris feel about the prospect of going up against more of these and perhaps the source of these ice giant zombies?
I think Eltris would be alright with it. It was quite easy on him last time, so
Yeah.
Easiest experience you've ever got, yeah.
Yeah. No, but seriously though, I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know. Like, because I wasn't here last week, like metagaming here because I wasn't here last week. I'm like, also I don't know how hard that was. So I'm kind of like, on one sense, I'm kind of like, oh yeah, we could do it.
Right. So I'll explain how hard it was. Right. It was a DC 17 Constitution save, or you took 6d10 damage and were paralyzed for a turn. Okay.
I think we could probably skip it and see if we can just skip it on the way down. Like,
and that was something I could do every turn. That was just the throwaway ability this thing had. So it wasn't even actually swinging a weapon at you guys that I never got a chance to do.
Yeah.
which was good. It was good. So yeah. So it was, yeah. I don't know, like, I think the gang have said, like, you know, they did very, very well, but they could see that if it could easily have went very badly. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't, considering there are some people in your group that 6d10 might kill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't singling you out, but I kind of was.
Yeah, the minute I seen those dice come out, I thought to myself, "Thank God that's not aimed at me." Whichever God.
And granted, like 60-10 rolling the 60 is rare, okay?
Yes,
But
of
it
course.
can happen, which is why it's a worry when you have 50. So yeah. Also, Vanger, you have no, I think that's right. That is right. You should be one point of health down.
I should indeed, yes.
Yeah. I was like, why are you missing one? I'm like, oh yeah, all the hit dice. There we go. Perfect. My brain caught up. Right, if that's it, Fleabite, nothing from you? No biscuits to talk through? No.
Might ask. Fire giant thing hot. Not know if we in league of. Does she thing have many league?
And like Cynthia looks at you and just kind of nods and says, many.
Her translator is much quicker than mine.
The trick is just say what she was going to say anyway, because obviously all her dialogue is perfectly scripted every session. Yeah, so yeah, that doesn't matter.
Many that is not dead, buried, and dead again.
And then Cynthia just kind of shrugs at that and says, I know not where her numbers came from, merely that she has quite a sizable force at her disposal. Or command is a better word, because disposal is a weird term in this context.
I mean, they're pretty disposable, I suppose.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, at her command. And I think once you've said that to her, then Fleabite she'll say, what are your thoughts then? Confrontation or evasion?
Is that two Fleabite?
Yep, it's back to you, just as a reply to your statement.
Fleabite would probably respond. Always know of when to fight and when fight will end. If can be passed in night, then perhaps of better way.
Cynthia just shakes her head slowly. These things do not require rest. Night might not be your ally, as it normally is. The cold does not slow them, the night does not hinder them. Unlike yourself.
So it would probably proudly pats the the fur coat.
Part of me wishes it was just head to toe made of feathers, right? Like, I feel like that's a funnier image, as if it was just made of giant eagle feathers or something. But
It raises a good point. We may struggle to avoid them.
Probably does a bit of a Jim from the Office face. That, well, you might struggle to.
Why do people keep on making Office references around me?
well, if you just watched
This
all
is
9
what it
seasons
feels like
of
to
it.
be someone who has seen Buffy around me.
Or Alexander around most people. It's true, Alexander. It's true. It's true. Except with this Office reference this one time. I got you.
Bandcamp?
Yeah, sure.
That's not Buffy, but that's Buffy adjacent.
Mm-hmm. American Pie is probably before your time as well, Alexander, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Right in the edge. Oh.
Yeah.
Whew. So anyway, yeah. So Fleabite turns to the camera, does that look, and then yeah.
Shrugs expressively.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think Cynthia stands up at that point and shivers again, pulls her cloak around and says, "I would not be so encouraging of signalling your location too often." She kind of gestures to the fire. "Perhaps movement is your friend." And she kind of just nods to everybody and starts like heading for like the mouth of the cave and off into the snowy outside.
Bugger waves after.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, Cynthia heads away to wherever it is she goes, back to like her trailer while waiting on her next scene.
She does that a lot, doesn't she?
Where does she go? Are we the peacekeepers of the mountain now?
Thinking if we walk in the night, we don't all have the capacity to see quite so clearly in the dark. It will give them an advantage. If we stay still, we're likely to camp. Given gestures to the door, with the weather outside.
Also, just because
And
it's
we're gonna
cold,
want a warm camp.
you will want heat. Just FYI as well. That's something everybody can understand. Is like even Fleabit in his nice toasty coat might definitely want heat for through the night.
It strikes me that the best thing we can do, keep warm and avoid being too obvious, is keep moving as much as possible.
Can I ask if we can take another hour of rest, please? If we are going to travel in the night, I'm going to use another one of my skills.
What was it you're thinking?
I'm going to recall the hawk, and I'm going to draw a giant owl. So I've got night vision through the owl. I'll just leave it sitting perched on my shoulder.
I don't think it's a giant bang. It's just like a standard owl.
I
Oh, no.
honestly
Yeah, yeah.
misheard
Yeah.
that as draw a giant L, and I was like,
I was waiting on
like
elk
insult them.
being the finishing of that.
Oh, I
yeah.
can do that.
Yep. You've
It's
been in
just
elk
a normal
before,
one,
yeah.
though.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll get some stats for you in a wee second. Unless it does specifically state giant owl in the spell text, but I'm pretty sure it's just an owl. Get you one of those. Yeah, so what's the group's plan? So we can definitely get that sorted. That's something you could have done during this hour as well. I don't mind that being something else that you've sort of meditated for. It doesn't need to be this longer, but spending another hour here isn't gonna like specifically kill anyone. It's just if you're gonna take your
do
long
that
rest.
without doing it, though, is there any?
No, like I don't see an issue with it being the same. Like I don't mind it being the same one. I have no issue with that at all. It does not bug me. Just in regards to what else you're planning on, like what's the group's decision here? Because your options are kind of confront, avoid, or like maybe even negotiate, right? Just suppose it's like a subcategory of confront.
I'm inclined to think I'll just fucking kayfabe it. Okay, say it in character. I meant to say it because my brain is just absolutely drowning in wrestling because I'm a man child. It came out as kayfabe.
Yep.
So there you go. We I don't think we want to seek conflict where we don't need to, but equally I accept that if we leave this undealt with, then might be in for a bigger problem on the way down. At the very least, given the doubt we can avoid it, frankly, confess I'm not inclined to avoid. At the very least, we could perhaps thin the herd a little on the way up, if she's determined to make an all-out assault. Perhaps finding herself short of soldiers might give her pause, buy the giants some time, or even give them a chance in the fight. Alternatively, if we think, and it sounds like Cynthia might suspect much, if we think that her grip of this area is sufficient that there's no way we are passing without either her permission or her out the way, there's no harm in getting her attention, is there? Just depends whether we think someone can or want to do.
If needs deal with, want it on terms of ours, yes. Not wish to give element of knowledge to her, yes.
I agree, but perhaps you're capable of sneaking by these creatures without incident. But even then, remember, it wasn't until I realised that there was the possibility of them reanimating that we could ensure that the other one wouldn't. You happened upon another corpse.
And we
He
try
sort
to
of
avoid it.
shrugs to suggest, "Aye, we could give them a wide berth, but we don't know how aware they are. They might be dormant, but they might just be waiting. Like caltrops strewn about a thief's lair. They're strewn about the forest where they fell, waiting to revive should their kinsmen walk past them. I don't know, that may not be the case. It might simply be that they're kept dormant to, don't know, lessen the stress of animating an army of giants. But I suspect dodging any of them that we pass might not be as simple as just not getting close. That thing seemed to react to proximity. I admit I got pretty close to it before it, but can't be so sure that there wouldn't be other things. So don't know. Sorry, bear with me.
Okay.
Sorry, back.
Welcome
So
back.
I don't know that we'll be able to skirt around all of them, but perhaps we can.
Your mission has always been to reach Paris. If we just continue in that vein, not seeking conflict, but we're ready for it if it comes. Maybe we just push on trying to reach Paris and we see what happens. We see what comes.
Doesn't make sense.
To dodge or defeat of she thing will be easier if we know of where she is.
Maybe after the last battle, she already knows where we are.
Then we should not be where we are.
Agreed.
Agreed.
And the wind blows outside the mouth of the cave a little. Dramatic effect. Eltris, you're very quiet.
Sure am. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like it's been quite hard to like jump back into it after a week of Macy because it was like a combat session and stuff. I don't know. I feel like I'm like proper out of my depth right now.
You'll
I
be
mean,
fine.
You mean that you?
Just say
you-
anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say you missed like 0 roleplay heavy.
Story, yeah.
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 But the things that are being discussed is: does she know where we are? Should we avoid her? Should we, what do we do? So what does Eltris feel like should do? Keep in mind, you kind of have more of a say in this place than any of the rest of them, apparently, given that you're now guardian.
One of the guardians. Well,
Well, if she knows stuff about guardians.
well, you see, I was honestly thinking about maybe trying to negotiate with her, to be honest. But like, honestly, I don't know if I want to go near her though. That's the thing. But I kind of want to, just out of curiosity. Which will end up being the death of Eltris. Curiosity killed the elf.
On the plus side, I mean, Fleabite could act as a two-way radio. Do you want to send a negotiator?
Um,
What would we be negotiating?
Exactly.
yeah.
Are we looking for a route through a battle that doesn't affect us, that doesn't involve us? Would that be good enough? What do we
Mhm.
offer? Our neutrality? Hmm.
I suspect neutrality might not be sufficient, given that scruples of those inclined towards necromancy are not notoriously. You know what? I've put myself in a corner here. I was going to say like good, but good scruples doesn't make fucking sense. Those who practice necromancy are not notoriously scrupulous. She may see her minions as a rather powerful bargaining chip.
And of if she think wish dominion over mountain, and we are of able to prevent it, then likely she would only of remove us.
We've proven how strong we can be. We saw that the Herminion that we took down, the zombie that we took down, took out one of the fire giants. We wouldn't want to face a fire giant. It's a strange place we find ourselves once again.
We don't know situation. The undead are unnerving, especially for those who who haven't had the experience of fighting them in the past. There's often confusion, reluctance. Many see the face of their old comrades and find it hard to fight them, as if they were just another unthinking monster that can't shake the appearance of the thing and see its true nature. They're dangerous and frightening creatures, not just because they are dangerous, but because the effect they have living is understandably quite unsettled. He says, probably repeating himself because I think I used that phrase already.
To fight your brother is never an easy thing.
Indeed.
Not to worry. If any of you have returned, Fleabite not of hesitate.
Glad to hear it.
I think I'd appreciate that, actually.
It's weirdly
enjoy
comforting,
that.
right?
Yeah, exactly. In this instance.
Oh dear, that's good.
Eltris, are you interested to find out about your new strengths? Is this seen as a challenge for yourself?
Um, but, yes. I'm just thinking. I was like, I don't have any new strengths.
Well, we don't know that. All we've seen is you turned into a tree, and is that just armor, or is there anything else that goes along with it? We don't know that yet.
Yeah, it looks like you've gained power to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe you have in some non-mechanical way.
And well, yeah, I'm looking for it's obvious it's a challenge, and obviously I look forward to finding what power comes with it. As I kind of look at my wooden bark skin, and Elkus will just say as well. Hopefully, there's more to it.
In of any case, if to avoid or ally or destroy, must of no more.
I can promise you I won't jump to conflict just because of the unsavory nature of her magics. But should those creatures continue to attack us, well, I certainly wouldn't be sad to return them to their proper state.
I'm going to laugh to myself, and I'm going to say, technically, he didn't attack us. We never gave him a chance to. I hit him quickly. We assumed he was going to attack, and was that a mistake? Do you think that could have been a mistake?
You're right, we did. But truthfully, I think we were quicker to intercept him than the freshly rejuvenated creature was to act. It
So if we do
may
meet
have
again,
been that it wouldn't have. You're essentially right, but did you get the impression the creature had
good
much in the way of
intentions. No, no,
intelligence?
no, no. We've done the right thing, in my opinion, but my point is, we may not look to go to battle, to go to war, but I think we would have to act quickly, unless we have some sort of truce. And how would we achieve that? That's,
I see your point.
I think
We
we've done
won't
the
get
right
anything
right
done
thing.
here, though.
No, agreed on that. Agreed on that.
How about we see? I take your point. This is not our mission. If we find our way past their forces, then we can reach the dragon egg all the quicker. I do hate to leave these creatures to their fate. The giants are a simple bunch in many ways, but well, they're no less worthy for it. I'd like to see them survive this conflict, but Cynthia, and she always seems to know these things, seems to believe they won't. I'm troubled. I find myself drawn to dealing with this situation, but I know that it pulls us further from our goal, and our goal must be the most important. He sort of shakes his head, definitely given the vibe of being genuinely indecisive about this. Shall we go now, see how the mountain treats us?
Yes, I agree.
I agree also.
Probably just peer out at the hillside and start to wander out.
Mm-hmm.
Well then.
Decision made.
Yep. Okay.
And I will follow.
Yeah. So, he's heading out. I guess either wrapping up his wrap up. So, do you want to do before you head off? Then, do you want to finish off doing whatever you wanted to do, Kildrath, and describe it for the gang, however that looks as well?
So through this, while we've been chatting, I've taken out my black ink and my scribe, and I've been drawing the picture of a small owl on my arm as part of the what do you call it, the water scene that is on my arm.
I do believe like the
After we've
the
been
water's all frozen over in the scene as well, probably.
in
Which is
the
cool.
scene, yeah.
It's cool. It's magic tattoo,
As I
right?
come to the end of it, yeah. As I come to the end of it, there is a black shape perched on my shoulder that is a small owl. Similar to the hawk, it is just an ink blot outline that you can see, but so it is. It doesn't take shape as an owl. It is just an ink blot of an owl.
Wait, a trick that.
It's very nice. And the owl gives me dark vision and advantage on hearing and sight as well.
There should be one in the journal for you. I think you saw that. Or hopefully, if you didn't, it's there now.
Yes, I've got it. I've got it
Oh,
open.
good.
Yep. So it gives me dark vision for 120 feet.
Nice. That's very good.
How long does that take mechanically to do?
An hour.
See, in that case, could I, like, because I don't know if Elchris would actually be wooden at the moment or not, but just in the off chance.
Just no more wooden than you normally are, Tom. You know.
Could I use that hour to meditate and turn into wood?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
I think it's already.
Or
Hmm?
what if you just accepted my unspoken terms for my new idea and see what you turn into instead? Do you want that, or do you want the wood? I'm not saying it's going to be better. Just going to say it's different.
Again? Could even be wood.
It's like choosing, do you want the wood or this mystery box?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the mystery box was wood.
Well, the box was wood. What was
the,
in it was termites.
let's go with the mystery box.
You want the mystery box?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to roll me a D100?
Nope. Let's see. How to do this is /R into them 1D 100.
100.
Hey.
You're only 19, for God's sake.
So, you meditate as many of the party members have seen. Maybe that's why you were so quiet during that meeting, because you were, meditating as such. Yep. And normally what happens is obviously the kind of earthy magic that seems to have been part of Eltris recently has grown around him and, armoured his skin in a wood-like fashion. But yeah, it seems to be a wee bit different now. It seems to be almost ice-covered stone that your skin takes the form of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. And does this still give me the same benefits? Like, obviously, I've got my little guardian bark skin thing.
No, it's totally different.
Okay.
You played the game. Here we are. It's more fun this way. The mystery box is always the right option. Unless you're not a fan of gloves, say, Alexander.
All my items.
I mean, not all of them. None of them, in fact. So yeah, Eltris now looks like he's kind of made of stone and ice.
Looks like points at you. Looks like you're not just tied to the forest then.
It would seem like it. As he looks terrifyingly at his frozen rock arms, and like he's probably got like a really kind of thoughtful, thinking face on right now, and he'll obviously look around where we are just now and say, maybe it changes with the environment, maybe.
That would
'Cause, you know,
track.
we're kind of in a cold place,
Oh, we were in a cold place before. Not as cold, but to be fair, you did interact with B. So we're drawing it from the environment. Might well be right there.
Because we'll just have to see what happens with it.
Aye.
To be fair, I like that picture.
It's a good picture, but it's probably not what he looks like. But it's a good
No,
picture.
That is exactly what I look like.
Okay.
I fear nothing going into battle with him at my side.
I fear nothing but fear itself, mostly from him.
Yeah, exactly.
Actual size.
Another wee cheeky Buffy reference, eh?
I don't know what you're referring to. I have never made a Buffy reference.
Oh dear. Yeah, okay. So, he's head off then, with your new cool boy. Okay. So, who's taking the lead? Probably Vanger, since you can see in the dark. And then...
Happy to.
I'll help him out with my owl and...
Now, remember, for that to work, you'd need to pretty much be like... I don't think you can function when you're using your...
Here's a thought then. If you have 120, Dwarf is, what, 60? 60. You get better night vision than I.
But he can't
It's
move
dark
with
already,
it.
Right?
That's what I'm saying, right? Because it's to look through the familiar part. If we look at the find familiar spell, find familiar. What does it say about you using its senses part? Let's find out. Okay, so additionally, if it's within 100 feet of you, additionally, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn, gaining the benefits of any special senses it has. During this time, you are deaf and blind in regard to your own senses. So long as I guess somebody's willing to, navigate him.
If I'm carrying it on my shoulder, if it's using its own natural senses, and
yeah, like if you're basically using it as like a shoulder cam with like a blindfold on.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm happy with
Because I
that.
knew it would be traveling.
Really interesting idea, actually. Like,
No, I think it's fine. It works for me. Because it's
Yeah.
that, or just having somebody else like pull you by the hand and say, "Sorry, there was a rock there," or "Sorry, there was a log there," as you trip. So no, I think that's fine.
Yeah, it was. A shoulder cam is a good way of describing what I had
Yeah.
in my mind. It would just be there using its senses. And then if I had to go into a trance, I'd stop everybody and then see where it is.
Or just
do
say,
it side
if you
down.
hold on a second, folks, then just let it go fly up, right?
Yeah.
And such. Yeah, no,
Exactly.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's not exactly the smoothest of things, but I don't see it being super disruptive either, which is good. So yeah. There's a... Owls were a bad omen in somebody else's D&D game that I watched like so many sessions of. Every time someone summoned anything remotely that was an owl, it got killed in about like the following, like maybe at least one, like the next hour of that particular session they were in. It always died for
To be
some
fair,
reason.
owls are a bad omen in a lot of things, including various mythologies and Twin Peaks.
Well,
Yeah, or not what they seem at least.
I'm just thinking of original Jason and the Argonauts. That's,
Did they call theirs Archimedes, or am I just making that up because of like Disney's Sword in the Stone? So that was Archimedes, the owl.
I think it was Archimedes that created it.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Because didn't he make a mechanical owl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've not seen Jason the Argonauts, but I know. Fun fact:
I'm not old.
Pandora is a machine, not a human. People forget that. Made by Vulcan.
Played by Mary Elizabeth McGlynn in Xena.
I don't know who that is, but I believe you.
She voices the Major from Ghost in the Shell. One of my favourite characters.
I don't know who that is, but
Yep,
I believe you. Right, so did we resolve who's doing the survival?
I think Keldrath said he was doing it because he had better...
Keldrath?
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
assist the Keldrath.
Yeah, sure.
I will
With advantage.
Well, that's what the assist
encourage
does,
his
yeah.
owl.
Yep, so... Survival
So
with
it's the
advantage.
owl that's rolling.
Technically, it's you rolling
It's-
survival. That's fine, because you're the one processing what the owl is doing. You are not the owl. Unlike if Vanguard turned
Yes.
into an owl, he'd have to roll the owl stats.
With or without advantage then.
Oh, it's with advantage, yeah. So this is the data collection side of it. So yeah.
Nice.
So to explain mechanically what happened there for anybody not sure, you're using the owl as eyes, but it's still your brain that has to work out the navigation, right? Which is why you get to roll the
Yeah, yeah.
survival. And Vanguard is helping, probably by making sure that he's looking at the ground specifically.
Yeah, stopping you falling over, basically.
Yeah.
But it helps.
Yeah.
It's an important part of navigation.
Yeah. Can I get a D8, please, as a roll? I don't care who rolls it. So first roll counts. On you go.
Who wants to do it?
Hey!
Hey. Right. So you travel. For another. I'm gonna say 3 of those days. Right. You get 3 days in to the journey. I want you to mark off rations to mark the occasion. Yep. Mark off.
This is getting
Like
late.
you your food. Yep.
See, just while we're marking this off, I just want to double check. Quantity is the left hand side of the item thing, isn't it?
Should be, and weight should be to the right.
Right, okay, cool.
It's-
It's 3 we're
it's-
marking off here.
It's the weight of 1. Yeah, 3. How many did we mark off last week, if any? Did we? Just remember.
Yeah, I'm down to 2, so we've gone through and
Yeah, we've definitely gone through a few because I'm down to 6, or well, now I'm down to 3.
Okay.
I think I was at 12, so presumably we went through 6.
Okay.
Yowza,
Yeah.
as they say, as the kids say. Many young people say "yowza."
So mark off that many, Tom, since you would have to do like follow-up admin. Yeah. Just so as we're all roughly in the same place. That's good.
Zoik Scoob, as the kids say.
Okay, can I get a perception check from, and I'll need 3 of these each, right? So, from everybody. I don't know why I was saying it that way. Just everybody give me 3 perception checks each. Obviously, if you're using anything that gives you advantage, you can do it with advantage. Does
Why
the
not
owl...
roll it one, like, why don't you do your 3 and then, like, Fleabite do history light.
Because
right?
chaos.
So it's easier to read.
Just
There we
my
go.
3.
If you're using the owl, you
Can I
can
get
do it with
back
it.
to
If you're using the owl, yep.
Yeah. Perception.
Oof.
Yeah.
Remember, you need to be here. This is that your stats or the owl stats you're using?
That's mine.
It should be the owls you're pressing if you're using the owl. Remember.
Okay.
Get another 3 from you just now then, but via the owl.
So perception.
Yep.
Hold on. What would that be under?
If it doesn't have it stated, if it's not a specific skill, it'll just be under wisdom. Let's see. It does.
Wisdom,
It's
yes.
got it though. No, it's got it listed. It's got skills, perception +3, and just make sure it's toggled on advantage for you.
One advantage. And
All
then
of yours
wisdom.
were at +3 as well, were they not? So those were all. It's legit if you want to keep
Yeah, it'd
those.
be the same, so it shouldn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you didn't actually click the owl sheet, I will let you click new ones.
I'll try the owl then and see what happens.
Yeah. Also, it's you're just pushing wisdom here apparently. Like there is a skill on that sheet that says perception. So see if you look under wisdom. See how it says skills, perception, and stealth.
No, I'm missing this awareness.
Okay, so on the owl's character sheet, you can see all the stats. And underneath that, there's a line that says skills, senses, languages, challenge.
All right. Okay.
Top
yeah,
of
there's
it,
one up
skills.
there. I was looking at the 13, so perception. Here we come.
There we go. Okay. Anger.
Big perception,
Yeah.
big money, big trucks.
Okay, so let me find out everyone's D1 numbers. Okay, so first day passes, everything's fine as far as you can tell. Day 2, however, both Keldrath and Vanger. And is that yeah, since we're up with a 2 and a 6. I guess like Fleabite and Eltress had a snowball fight on day 2. Like
That sounds pretty, like, yeah.
Fleabite clearly won.
That also sounds pretty legit, yeah.
I mean, you could both roll dexterity and see who won if you really want.
Oh, let's do it, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, no, wait.
Dexterity. No.
Dex save or an acrobatics?
No, just
How long do
dexterity.
you get to stay icy for?
Yeah.
Because you can just let him
Um,
throw the balls and be like, ha ha ha, I merely absorb your step. You know, like that.
Imagine he was vulnerable to snowballs.
So Fleabite
irony.
killed me.
Like, stop it! It
No,
really
actually-
hurts. This isn't a joke.
It would have ran out, but like, would we just assume that I've meditated this morning or something? I don't know.
Are you telling me? Did you meditate every day?
Yeah, I did.
There, see?
Please.
There we go. So anyway, where's these dexterity checks?
I'm really scared. Oh,
That's a save,
Oh,
Fleabite.
oh.
I mean, it's a save. Technically, there we go. So it looks like Eltress won.
yes.
Fleabite's
Yeah,
not
because
as nimble in his fur, evidently, as the guy covered in like icy rock is, apparently. Oh, it's good.
See how my personal goal is to be Big Drew. I think that's goal done, to be honest.
I think that goal should be deleted and replaced with something actually relevant to the game, but okay. Okay. Anyway, Vanger and Keldrath.
Yeah.
What you notice is somebody seems to be following you guys. Like distinctly keeping their distance as well.
So which one of us says somebody seems to be following us?
Well, we could just do as we discussed earlier that my owl it can swivel its head 180 degrees, can't it? So
Sure.
it's used its skill. It's spotted this, so I'm going to stop the party and I'll send the owl up and see through its eyes and see what I can see. If it's within 120 feet, obviously. 100 feet, sorry, 100 feet.
Yeah, like it definitely seems to be. It seems to like walking closer. When like your owl starts to like move out of the trees that you're walking through, I have to try and kind of like get a better look at this thing. You get like a very brief flash of it, and then you lose track of it completely, as if it just stopped being there.
I'm going to turn to the other guys and say, once you've had your fun, guys, we are being tracked. We are being followed. The owl sensed it, saw a flash, and then it disappeared. But there is definitely something behind us. Be aware that there is something
It
following
looked
us.
a bit like that in the TI chat.
Okay.
Hmm.
Obviously, I didn't see that, but I'm also aware it's something following us, so I will also say, like, I noticed it too. Did you get a look at it?
It was like what I'd call medium creature standard size for a humanoid, so it wasn't a giant.
Then who is these days?
Most of the people you've met, actually.
Oh, on this mountain, sure.
Yeah, on this mountain. Back on my mountain, anyway.
Also, you seem to have a lot of female friends. You want to take it? No, never mind. I'm not saying that.
Hmm.
Somebody to chat with behind us.
Cynthia did say she.
Is it?
It vanished.
In a blink of an eye, just went.
Perhaps of invisible it can turn?
Could be a spirit, some kind itself, dealing with a necromancer. She might not choose to follow in person.
Good. Well, she decides to appear again. I don't think there's very much else we can do.
Let's keep our senses sharp.
And then you just carry on for the next day, obviously. 3 days travel again. And then, yeah. He's, I guess, have to set up camp on the late eve. He's camping during the day or camping at night? I guess is a better question.
I think we take a vote on that because there are arguments for and
Right.
against.
It was just, I nearly just assumed you would camp at night, but I guess there's a reasonable,
I actually say camp sort of during the day and move at night and take advantage of the fact that during the day it's a little bit warmer. You don't need to build as big a fire, and what fire you do build will be less visible.
I second that motion.
I
Can't argue with that at all. Yeah.
You can see why I was like, maybe I should ask that question, because there's a lot of
Mhm.
reasons why they should camp during the day.
Good point.
Yeah, so like, he's obviously camp up day 3. Watch order. What's that? And by which
I
you
would
take
Well,
take first watch.
Cardras, you taking
I'll
last
take
watch?
the Last watch, and I'll do the picky thing at the end of it.
Okay.
But before we get that far, I'd like to do check in this area to see if there's anything we can find for additional rations.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
that's where we need to do a little search for.
Yeah. How many people are going off looking for food then?
Well, I was tempted to just take the first watch, but I mean, I'm probably quite useful in that capacity.
Yeah, so just want to do that. If it's during the day, you don't need to worry about, vision or messing with owls or stuff, but the owl can still be obviously there too. So yeah, you can. If you two want to deal with the foraging, we can leave the 2 snowball fighters to set up camp. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well,
So,
no, that's not going to get done.
well, we'll see how that goes. So, if you two want to roll your survival with advantage, whoever's taking the lead on that particular roll, and then for Eltris and Fleabite, who's setting up camp?
I don't mind doing it.
Do you want to roll survival for camp as well?
Yeah.
If Fleabite helps you, you can get advantage, but if he doesn't help you, you can get disadvantage for as he hits you with more snowballs.
Are you helping it, Fleabite? Please.
I will nominally help.
Okay, so I can do it with advantage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably mostly like mage hand help.
Keldrath, are you cool with me doing the advantage roll for
I
us?
certainly am.
Cool.
Yep.
Just because I think the sort of rooting around for berries thing, it makes sense for me to do the roll on that one. Oh, a
Definitely.
mere 17. I have shamed us both.
Were you also using the owl for this Keldrath?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. I think the best that you find is like, a pittance worth of things like, berries and various other such things, similar nature, maybe like nuts and things as well. So yeah, I think you find fairly simple foods. Probably not enough to really like reliably camp for too long here, but enough to at least give you enough energy to stave off hunger another day. At least saves you ration. But you can tell from that roll as well, like there isn't much here. There's nothing much in the way of food here. There is like been basically no like wildlife that you have seen here. So yeah. But you find enough to at least save you a ration.
Unfortunately,
Nice.
though, we're in a situation where we do need to do this every day.
Slim pickings out this far, I say, as a return.
We'll make do what we can. It saves us some rations.
Here's a question for you, Colin. Do you have a Goodberry prepared in your active list?
I do.
That's okay, it's just I was going to recommend that you should have used one of those previous days to put it on your active list.
I just, it's one of those things where I don't automatically think of going to it unless we're desperate. But you know what? I think he's not going to do it just now because he managed to find some.
You found some,
so
yeah.
What I'm going to say, the situation doesn't look likely to improve too soon out here. So I think we'll be feasting on the reliable Goodberry for the next few days. I look at everyone to sort of make sure that that's fine with them, because I know some people don't necessarily want to eat magic berries. Although I have to imagine this crew will probably all be fine with it.
Needs must.
Fine by me.
Truthfully, I quite like them. But I do prefer to avoid using magic to feed myself when the land provides. But the land out here, he looks like a meagre handful of berries as he spreads some around to the two at camp. It's not providing quite so much.
It'll help stave off exhaustion. It's all good. We'll just have to search every day, moving up the mountain.
Okay, so we've got first watch Vanger, is that right?
Yep.
And then
See, before we do the watches, I'm just going to say as well, just before we do all that stuff, obviously I have that chance thing, which means that if I could probably take like a longer watch if needed and stuff, obviously, because I only need like 4 hours of rest. And it's like
And you
just
can be sort of vaguely aware during it.
Can I?
it's semi-conscious state, I think the term is, so you probably don't want to be on watch during trance, but it's the fact that you don't need to have 8 hours of sleep, you can just have 4 hours of rest. Yeah.
Be on watch needed. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just means that you get to have 4 hours of like light activity extra on top of everybody else's. Because you guys actually have to sleep for the 8 hours of rest, ideally. But it is primarily 8 hours of rest. It doesn't state it needs to be sleep. I think as long as you're getting at least 6 hours of sleep, you should be fine, right? So, fantasy rules, who knows? Yeah. Okay, so who's second? It's between Fleabit and Eltris, so
I don't mind going second. Yeah, I can do that.
Fleabit happy to go third. Feels like you lost that as well. It's on like a losing spiral. This isn't good, buddy.
Oh no, Flipit's always second last for the watches.
Okay, if you're happy to keep that, that's fine by me. Okay. Right, can... Banger, you can roll it. A d4.
A D4?
A d4.
D4 for D4 of us. 2.
Very good. Right, excellent. So, your watch comes to an end, Vanger. Eltris's takes over. Is there any handover information you wish to have said, and anything you wish to have done on your watch, out of interest?
Whittling.
Sure. Trying to whittle.
You know why? Because this is the sort of place where you whittle.
Okay.
That was a reference also. My answer wasn't, but the question. Anyway, so yeah, like I think he'll just sort of like kill some time idly. I don't think he's gonna really brew up anything or what have you, because we've already had a little bit to eat.
Yeah.
He's sort of saving precious resources since he doesn't have his magic stick anymore. He's got a walking stick, but not a magic one, so he's gonna have to use components to do magic.
Yeah.
Like a fucking nerd.
Do you actually...
Although he does have a component pouch.
I was going to say, if you've got a component pouch, and that can do everything your staff would have done for that aspect. Yeah.
Just like in the within the fiction, he'd be using stuff rather than just doing it with a magic stick. So I know I can, but I just like I'm trying to keep it. It makes sense to me for him not to do it needlessly.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Not to like, be using valuable resources when he feels like he might have to use them for magical sustenance later.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah. Can you roll perception?
Oh, perception.
Yeah.
A singular roll. It's not good, Ryan.
No, because you were whittling.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What happens when you whittle? I'm sorry.
That just means like nothing happened. It's not particularly difficult to see on this day, right? Because it is during the day that you're resting, so it's not a particularly difficult roll. And no, there's nothing. You seem fine. Like obviously, you and Keldrath were a bit more on the ball when it came to like what was like seemingly following you guys, and doesn't seem to be around anymore, which is good. Eltris,
yes,
your turn for the watch.
It sure is.
Yeah. Can you roll perception for me and tell me what you want to do for your watch?
Okay, is it just the perception and skill roll into it?
Yeah. How did your whittling go?
Yep. Yep. I don't know what Eltris would even do on the watch because
drink.
apart from keep watch, I
Mm-hmm.
feel like there's not much really to try and get done. That's the thing. I think maybe after what happened in the giant village, it might like what's the kind of area like that we're in? Like, is there trees around?
Snowy, trees, yep. Rocky, icy. It's constantly snowing.
I think,
yep.
Remember that term we mentioned about curiosity killing the elf? I think Eltris would maybe, like, while he's on watch, kind of walk around a little bit, maybe touch some trees just to see if he gets any more power from the trees. And
Just licking them.
yeah, kind of gently caressing them and stuff.
Sure.
And that would be about it.
Like, is there anything you want to specifically do
No,
to a
Not really.
tree?
No.
Any skill
you know,
rolls you want to do, or not?
I mean, is there any? What if? I don't know if
Single-handed.
this would be a thing, but like, obviously, if there's there's such a thing as a nature roll. Like, would it be
There is.
possible to try maybe doing a nature roll so that he could maybe understand why he's turning into bark and rocks and stuff these days? Like, well, he knows why, but like to find out if there's anything more to it and see if there's
Those
any.
are natural. Bark and rock. I
Yeah.
understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
I understand what you're after.
Vaguely.
Yes.
Mhm.
Is it a nature roll? Probably not. It's probably an arcana roll.
Well, I
Because
have a
they're
minus
not
one, so I don't
naturally
want to do
things
that.
that people become.
Generally.
See, I've followed this.
Well, could I do that? Is that possible? I've got a minus one to it, which is
Doesn't
Uh,
matter.
great start. But
Hey, your
you know-
stats should never dictate what you want to try. Just how
yeah,
sensible the suggestion is. So,
Only how bad you fuck it up.
yeah.
I think if anything, it makes perfect sense for him to have a negative in Arcana. Like,
Yeah, no, I think so too. Like, I mean, checks out. So yeah, give it a roll. See what happens.
um,
Well, hey!
Was-
Look
too
at you
bad, though,
psych
was
up
it?
the
Like,
dice.
called its bluff.
Cold.
Check,
it's blood.
mate.
So you walk onto, like, I guess the trees nearby. Put your hands on them. Is there like a mantra you say or do or what? Like,
I say, "Oh, holy tree," and then I run out of things to say, and I hope something happens from that.
do you say it in common? Do you say it in Elven? Do you say it in whatever?
Say it in what languages do I know? Just common and Elven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say it in Elvish. Yeah.
Okay. What's your passive perception?
14.
It's alright. Yeah. It's
What's your
alright.
favourite scary movie?
Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. What is it you say in Elven then? To it? Is it just, "Hey, holy tree"?
Basically. Yeah, basically. I don't know, what would they say? I feel like it would be a good idea to maybe, like, we can kind of like not ask the tree a question, but like kind of somehow try and communicate with the tree, if that makes sense, and be like, I don't know, what would they say? Like, maybe something like, oh, I don't know, because now I'm thinking that I'm like, I know why it's happening. I mean, it's because I'm the guardian, but oh, because I don't want to say why, but maybe
Why?
why, why me?
Think along American Indian.
What
What did an American Indian say?
they would cry, and then they would resurrect Fox Mulder.
I shed one single tear down my emerald skinned face.
It freezes, obviously.
Oh yeah, because I'm iced right now. Maybe I could ask it why. Like, obviously I was bark before. Now I'm turning into rock and frost. So I don't know. Maybe put it on. And I'll
But
say,
like,
"Oh,
so it's something along the
holy
lines of the bark is worse than the frostbite. Like, where are we going here? Like,
tree." That's really funny, isn't it?
it's alright.
Um,
It's a stretch.
I don't know. I feel like you're barking up the wrong tree here. That was a stretch. Actually, not much of a stretch. No, that was fine. I retract my statement.
Honestly, I don't
You
know.
could
what
just
to
say to
I
the
didn't
tree that you're
expect-
really stumped by what's happened to you.
Yeah, let's say that, because I didn't expect this to get this far. I thought he was going to touch the tree, nothing would happen, and he would go back to looking out into the distance to see if anybody was following. That's what I thought was going to
Yo,
happen from
tree,
this.
just let me log in so I can get to the root of the prop now.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
just leave the trees alone.
You could hold the power in the palm tree of your hand.
Make like a tree and get out of here.
Is that
I
my
suppose I'll just
views
say-
plummeting? Yep.
I'll just say, oh, holy tree, what's happening to me? See how it rhymed? That sounds like a nice little mantra, but probably in Elvish it didn't rhyme.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I say.
Okay. Yeah. You
Get swallowed by this tree as well.
No, like I think what goes through your head, right? Because you did roll Arcana to try and work out this while speaking to a tree, right?
Mhm.
So I think your brain's obviously starting to wrap around some basic concepts about magic, right? Since it does seem to be reflecting the environment that you're in. Maybe you're now noticing that perhaps the shifts in weather, perhaps the shift in terrain, maybe all that seems to have had like a slow effect on the types of things that, you know, take form to make up the armor. Like maybe you thought when you travelled through the kind of more ashen and deserty, sorry, like not desert, like more like rocky, lava and ashen terrain, maybe you're realising that it wasn't just, you know, the poor breathing conditions and whatnot, it was, you know, perhaps the wood that you were made of was a lot more kind of like dry and bracken. Yeah, like maybe you're starting to realise that it does seem to reflect where you are, more so than just that. You know, maybe that's also a reason why all the guardians seem different, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Yeah, maybe it's because you're so new. Maybe it hasn't settled, right? Maybe because you technically haven't claimed ownership of the forest. It's not lingering on that, right? Any of these things could be true. This is probably the stuff that would go through your minds as like the most likely stuff that you've experienced and can maybe put your finger on thus far. It isn't just a tree.
Yeah.
Right? That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And then you hear in a language you don't quite understand. Maybe you get like every like third or fourth word. Something like blank 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 tree, blank 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 y, blank 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 message. It's clearly coming from a voice behind you.
Blank, blank, blank tree, blank, 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 Y, blank, blank, blank message. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. And you said it sounds like it's coming from behind me?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. Can I turn around behind me?
No.
No, if you turn around behind you, will now be in front of you.
Yep.
Oh!
Or I guess if you turn around behind you, are you looking at the behind of it? I don't know how that works. So anyway, semantics and pedantics aside, yeah, I guess you wish to turn around to see where the source of this voice is.
Yes, Elfris will turn around.
Yeah, and you seem to be staring at the image that I shared.
Oh no. Why is it always me that comes across these people?
Because Colin rolled a 2.
Ah.
Mostly that.
Yeah.
And so she's standing right in front of me, yeah?
No,
No.
about 8
Not
feet
behind
away.
me.
Specifically 8 feet away.
Okay. I'll say to her, excuse me?
What, in Elven or Common?
I'd probably still be talking in Elven because I've not realised that I'm not.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And they look at you, and they continue talking, and again, you're only picking out some of the words, and then she points to like the tree, and then like shrugs.
And see the words that I'm picking out, is that words that I'm picking out in Common or words that I'm picking out in Elvish?
Like enough of Elvish seems to overlap whatever she's speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she points at the tree.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to roll insight, you could try and gauge what she's trying to do.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think.
Yeah. Also, she rolled a 20 on her stealth roll, by the way, which is why your 14 didn't quite reach it. Just FYI.
Right, I'll roll insight.
Yeah, she seems to be looking at you confused and pointing to the tree and then shrugging as if, why? Is the general consensus you're getting from this?
Okay. I suppose in common, I'll say, sorry, does this language work better?
Why are you apologising for making communication easier?
He's Scottish. Apologises for everything.
Now I'm going to go join a random queue. I'll say
That's good.
I only apologised out of politeness.
To who? Me or the tree?
To yourself, to you.
So you feel you've wronged me? Did I miss this?
By not speaking a language that we could communicate in, then maybe.
So you did not understand me before.
No.
Your apology is satisfactory.
Thank you. What were you saying about the
She
tree, though,
she
sorry?
like narrows her eyes at you when you say thank you, and like kind of almost recoils a bit. And she says, "Why are you asking the tree?"
Oh, long story.
Shorten it.
I am the guardian of the forest.
This forest?
Another forest.
Then why would this tree talk to you?
I'm just new to guardianship, and
How did you come
just-
by this?
It was a gift.
Who gives
From
these
the previous-
gifts?
The previous guardian.
She seems to be thinking about this. I'm going, where is this guardian now?
Okay, just before we continue, do I still have the head like buckled onto my belt?
Don't know, is it at camp? Or is it, you know...
Or do you just walk around with it at all times? Yeah.
You see, I got the consensus from the last time that I was just going to constantly have it onto my belt, and I was just going to pet it as we walked along, like a personal little pet, until we
That's
had
weird.
to use it.
That is really
Yeah,
weird.
it's
but
very
yeah.
weird, and I love it.
Mhm.
So there's the question: is it on me just now? Yeah, I don't think it would be, because if I've just had a rest in that, it's probably at the camp, isn't it?
Mhm.
Let's be honest. So I'd probably just say to her, unfortunately, the previous guardian is no longer with us.
Just blinks. I asked her where he was.
He is in a better place now.
Tilts her head as if she doesn't quite understand what that means. And says, where is this better place? Is it further up or further down?
Could say further up. No. Well, his head is back at the camp where my friends are.
This could go down well, I think.
It could, couldn't it?
You got this gift from this head. This head speaks?
Not anymore.
She looks disappointed by that.
I can sense your disappointment, and trust me, I felt the same way when it happened.
Were you expecting more gifts?
Maybe not. Not expecting, but if more gifts were to come my way,
Your indecisiveness
I-
makes me understand why you ask trees for questions and answers. She just nods to herself mostly.
I would like to take that as a compliment.
I did not give it as such.
Okay. Okay.
She kind of looks at you a bit shocked.
Well, that's
Do you speak for your group, Guardian?
no, no. We
Then take me to
they
who
all
does.
speak for themselves. What?
Yeah, and like as you say that, and she obviously spoke over you, and she says, "Then take me to who does." I mean, you say that, she just like sighs and rolls her eyes. They obviously scream.
Okay, follow me, and I'll just kind of lead her back to camp.
She just walks in front of you.
Okay. I like her. She's so in control.
Yeah, so I guess you get back to the camp. You probably weren't that far away from it in the first place. Yeah, I assume it'd be enough time that Vanger got to fall asleep, probably. After that watch, you know, Elch's probably sat for at least 10 minutes on his own, and then got bored and stood up and wandered off. But yeah, she gets to the camp. The fire is there, you know, burning away. Everybody's snuggled around it. She looks at them all, and she looks at you and says, "Why are they asleep? Wake them up."
Haven't even asked her who she is. What are you gonna say? You're gonna wake us up and say, "Here's this woman."
I don't think of that.
Should have asked the trees.
Oh,
I go back to
fucking
the
hell.
tree and ask them. I suppose so. When she says that, I'll just kind of like shout and be like, "Everyone, wake up! I've made a friend."
This is not true.
I kind of look at her and kind of shrug and be, "Well,
What do we roll to wake up?
I guess just the snow off of your back. Like,
Okay.
over?
In that case, hey, rub my eyes a bit. Who? What? What?
Yeah, and you all just see
This-
this woman standing there. I'll share her full picture, but she is not as threatening in the full, like, as she is in the full picture, as it were. She isn't specifically brandishing a knife. Let's just put
Okay.
it that way. But she
Is
does
she
look.
large. She's medium sized, but is she like?
No,
large?
she's like person-sized, which is
Okay,
taller than
she-
Vanger and Fleabite.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Not dramatically.
Yeah.
Vanger's a reasonably
Just-
sized dwarf. He's not a tall dwarf, but he's like an average dwarf.
Yeah.
Would Fleabite be able to tell if she was an air genasi or not?
I don't know. You could roll probably. What was it we did? Was it history last time? I think we did for that, wasn't it? I think that's what we did. I don't mind if it's history or arcana. I'm sure you're thrilled with both choices. So
Yeah.
Vanger's going to take a more direct approach.
okay.
good idea."
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't look like an air genasi in the sense that like her skin is blue, but like Adair would have been freezing if he wore what she was wearing. Right, so either she's just more ballsy than him, which, you know, fair, or he did like his fancy clothes, to be fair. She doesn't seem like fussed by the cold at all. As for Eyes of the Grave, what do I need to actually answer here? Just whether or
So-
not it's undead?
Basically,
No. It's not.
Okay.
Anything else I need to answer in that?
is there any other undead within line of sight in 60 feet?
Let's see. Roll perception.
I should say, are there? Perception.
Yeah, why not? It gives you line of
It's a
sight.
decent roll.
No. Is the answer to that.
I will look at the others and say, with some gravitas to really convey the importance of this, she's not dead.
She doesn't even seem to react to that statement.
Hello. Who are you? Sorry.
She looks at you and then she like smirks and just goes, "Ha! You have more manners than this one. He spends more time with the trees than with politeness." And she just nods
I have no
to
idea
you.
what she means by that because I wasn't there.
Uh-huh.
So I just give her that sort of yeah, sure, yeah, sort of nod.
It puts
Ragnar
like
doesn't see what's so bad about the trees.
her hands on her hips and she stares at you and she goes, "My name is Svipdag."
Zip-tag.
It's Vipdag. She just nods.
Okay. I'm Vanger. Pleased to meet your acquaintance.
You do not know what I have come to say. How can you be pleased?
Well, it's the politeness thing again.
Good.
The rest of us, Keldrath, Fleabite, and you've met Eltrus.
I have not. She looks at you, Eltrus.
Oh, he's that one. He
I
points
just kinda
points Eltrus.
give it a little.
Did he not say his own name? Eltrus, that is quite rude.
Just give it a little wave and say sorry.
She just like shakes her head. She goes, "I understand now why he does not speak for your group." She kind of looks
I
at
love her
everybody.
hair.
She looks at like Keldrath and Fleabite. What are you doing?
I'm sitting there smiling because, as far as I know, Eltris has in the past had some way with women, and this one is shooting him down. I find that quite funny.
There's definitely a cold
That's
shoulder
why
vibe.
Eltris has never actually had anyone that liked him.
Oh,
He's
fair
tried,
enough.
he's tried.
Just what you said. Fair enough.
Hi, you voted to not go save Sarah. That's all I'm saying.
If you love something, you have to let it go.
That's true.
Again.
Hmm.
I remember the song that said that. Was
Yep.
it like
Jimmy Nail.
Panic at the Disco?
I was a good Panic
Mhm.
at Disco. Yeah, this is gospel. That's
Yes, thank you. I
Yeah,
remember
well.
that song. You wish to speak with our group.
She kind of just looks at you and she says, "Not my wishes, no."
Oh,
You've been following us for a few days.
Yes.
it was her. Ah,
Yeah, and maybe like you're recognizing now, like that glimpse is you're able to kind of parse what you saw with her.
see.
Yes, you are easy to follow. You make a lot of noise.
One of our members are stone. Very difficult to hide.
Eltris waves again and says, "Oh, sorry."
I think she even turns to look at him at this time.
Oh.
Says, "Is it true you all speak for yourselves?"
More or less, aye.
Which is it?
Or
Depends on the circumstances.
She looks confused when you say that, Gildrath, and she goes, "These are the circumstances." She gestures around to like the fact that she's standing in front of you all.
Please, you've come to us for some purpose. We can get into who exactly speaks for whom after we discuss whatever it is you are here to discuss.
Very well. Tree. She just looks at Eltris.
Yes.
Do you wish to sit for this, or do you wish to stand out of my vision? Because I imagine you're still like side on with her.
Kind of like being next to her, but she.
Piece of
Yeah,
weird.
I'll go. I'll go and just join the rest of the group, I suppose, and sit beside them.
Do you require this, or may it be extinguished? And she points to the fire.
Hmm. I
How
suppose.
far through the day are we?
I mean, depends when you started the rest, and if it was going to be a long rest and you were kind of sleeping through the majority of the day, it's probably whatever 8 hours minus a couple before evening, right? Before nighttime. So I guess we could say night happens at, I don't know, 8 o'clock if it was a normal day.
Well, that's
So midday-ish.
Yeah, so it's maybe about 2 p.m. Say that.
it'll be warmer. Well, warmer than night without it.
It's
and
probably the
vanish
warmest
night.
it's likely to be during the day
Yeah.
without assistance of a fire. Yeah. Excuse me. She just looks at everybody waiting.
What
Who
do you
wants to do
prefer?
honors?
You asked her that, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Zip tag.
that's to her. Yeah.
Think like zip tag. Okay.
Zip tag.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she says, "I wish it extinguished."
I was about to say I'll just go and put it out, but I'm made of like frosted rock, and I'll probably melt if I touch it.
It's not gonna take MD long to put the fire out if you want to.
I'll do it then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I chuck some stone at it.
Can't you also just snuff it out? Don't you have a cantrip for that, or do you not have one of those cantrips?
I mean, I think I can probably do it, but it's just instinctively would
Mm-hmm.
do the pragmatic thing.
You could just like shovel snow into it, really, if you really wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you put that out, and then she'll take a seat, within the camp area at that point once the fire is out. And she says, "I am Zviptak. I am here with a message from Menglot."
And who? Inglot?
She is this, as Tree put it, the guardian of these lands.
Oh.
I'll pop that name in as well. Do you wish to hear this message or not?
Please.
And she nods to you, and then she looks at Keldrath.
Indeed.
Nods, looks to Fleabite.
Gives her a sort of half tilted head look.
Speak, thing.
This is Kirby.
Fleabite looks behind him. And then back to her.
And she just looks at the
Looking
group and
very
goes,
confused.
"Does this one not speak for himself?"
Asking you, Fleabite.
Temptation.
I'm just saying, Fleabite, if you want to attack her, you can.
No, I think Fleabite will simply, for now, we'll just say, Fleabite does and speaks for Fleabite.
Then do you wish to hear this message or not, Fleabite?
Fleabite would have hear message.
She nods. And she looks to you, Eltris. She goes, Tree, speak.
Yes, please proceed.
She nods. Says, you have taken from Menglod. You owe Menglod. You wish to travel through her land. Explain yourselves.
You say taken.
She just looks at you.
Who is Menglod?
As I said,
Other than,
the guardian of this
other
land.
than-
You walk on the earth that is hers.
And I've recognised we've foraged for a few berries here and there, but I can't think of much else we've taken from the land.
She like looks confused and goes, do you not recall? And she just looks to everyone, and then like after like that kind of taking in of everything, she goes, you took one of her drugger from her.
See,
will
you
serve
know
the
what? Drogger
necromancer?
feels like a term that the dwarves would be familiar with, so I'm gonna. Can I know that, or do you want me to roll culture?
No, you can roll if you want. I'm
I'll culture.
probably a history roll. Let's face it.
I think from context, I think I would like probably guess it was undead anyway. But let's history it.
Yeah, like it's again, if the dwarves are in some way Norse vibed, it's definitely a
Yeah.
term for like undead.
Ah, yes. Well, I suppose it was more that we returned it to its previous state.
Was it yours to return?
Well,
The answer is no.
I suspect it wasn't hers either.
She looks like she's like physically in her seat like moves uncomfortably, like her shoulders like almost
Or
flinch.
does she claim the lives of the giants as her own?
The unlife of the giants is her own in this land. They have invaded, as have you. Did that come through there?
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Yeah.
because my signal dropped on my side, so I didn't know if that was going to happen or not. Good. But yeah. That's what she
Should we
states.
not have defended ourselves then? Should we just...
You should not have
have
entered this
left?
land. Then no defense would have been needed, would it?
So you're saying nobody's allowed to pass through this land without permission? How do you
Correct.
seek permission?
This is what this meeting and message is to decide.
So, player agency moment.
Yeah, okay. We freeze the scene briefly.
How much do I antagonize this? No, I think obviously Vanger is immediately has his heckles up over the idea that it's her right to
Hmm.
animate the dead giants, especially considering he knows damn well that she's not just doing that passively, like she's actively generating dead giants using the other dead giants. Like that's not just a natural thing, it's something that she's put into motion clearly.
Yeah, and like
Like, that's-
undead aren't natural. Vanger very much knows this, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, Fleabite's completely got your back on that one.
From way over in the snowblind.
I don't think we're going to have a choice but to antagonize.
And she isn't like,
I mean,
you can tell that she's very like abrupt, right? There's nothing subtle about that. It's clearly that she wasn't sent out for her diplomatic skills. Maybe just her ability to find you guys.
the fact that she's even doing this does suggest that she might be possible to deal with. That right? That she's not.
And you
just
can see like on her that
immediately
she
sends
does
them
seem to
kill.
be like prepared to like defend herself, like because she does seem to have like daggers on her and whatnot. Like she isn't just like
Yeah.
completely unarmed. But she hasn't like rested her hands on them. She hasn't drew them or anything. She is being pretty open, like body language wise. So yeah, I feel a bit standoffish.
Obviously, we would respect the position of a messenger. Respect.
Is this still? I'm assuming this is still in the agency moment. Yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Vanger isn't going to lash out or anything. He just chafes at the way that she's talking about this.
What does Tree have to say about it?
I mean, I don't think I've ever met a girl like this before, right?
Yeah, it's fair.
No, I'm joking. Listen, if you want to antagonise her, as much as it pains me to say, you have my silvered greatsword.
No, I want to, and I'm not actively seeking conflict. Like, even if she says something that we don't want to hear, like, I'm not just going to attack her regardless, unless, like, I'm not going to strike as a woman or accept in defense or anything, right? She's clearly working for someone who's a bit dodgy, but that doesn't mean we just attack. At least to me, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, I think you've got your group consensus, right? So I think back in the scene then. Yeah.
We came here with a mission of some import that leads us through these lands, and while we don't seek conflict, we haven't shied away from it when it's found us.
He kind of looks at it and says, "Are you seeking conflict now?"
No, nor have I in the past. I'm no invader. I may be a trespasser.
She kind of tilts her head, and she says "trespasser" back, almost as if to herself. This word is similar enough to invader.
Perhaps that maybe to some. It's nonetheless, it is different. I'm not here.
So you wish to ask for forgiveness for your invasion?
We wish to ask for safe passage, no more.
Is this everyone's wish? She looks to the group that obviously aren't Keldrath, because you all said you speak for yourselves, so she kind of has to deal with everybody.
If this
Elfish
is
nods.
agreeable to everyone, but of course I would ask what she would ask for what she would ask in exchange for forgiveness.
I am not Menglod.
No, but it seems she deputizes you to do some important work.
I do not understand what this means, but I have been asked to relay this message to you.
Pretty much just means that.
Then yes, what you said.
Okay. But she's not told you any more.
What more would I need to know?
What she would ask of us, would she wish that we speak with her or offer some tribute, or
You either wish to entreat Menglod, or you will return, or I will stop you. There are no alternatives.
I think low growl from Fleabite.
She looks to you, Fleabite, and then she looks to Eltris, and she says, "Are your words failing you?"
Is she saying that to Eltrus?
No, but she just drew you side eye, and then looked back at Fleabite and asked him that. You can tell she's trying to like engage everybody at the same time, because her deal is with everybody apparently. Remember, it's just that Vanger's doing most of the talking, so she is making sure that she is keeping everybody engaged, as it were. Fleabite replied to her, or just grovel?
I think the growl was what I needed to say.
Okay. If you are done with your part in this meeting, you may return. She points like back down the way you would have came. Still staring at you, Fleabite.
Do you... You said that you would stop us.
She turns to you when you say that, and she goes, "Do you speak for Fleabite?"
I don't speak for Fleabite, but
Then I would allow him to answer. She looks back to Fleabite, still pointing, like down that direction.
Fleabite is just like locking eyes with her, kind of, and probably, I guess we'll. We'll say, Fleabite, go where Fleabite will go.
Then I believe this, between us, is at least over. Do you wish to die now, or do you wish to wait until your companions have spoken for themselves?
Fleabite, speak for Fleabite.
Then wait. And she turns to Eltrus. Are you leaving, entreating, or fighting? This one has chosen violence. Points to Fleabite.
Jesus. I think I'd probably kind of look towards Banger and Kildrath and be like, help. And then I think I'd probably say to her and be like, I try not to choose violence, but if it comes to it, I will protect myself.
You have two other options that are viable still. This one has chosen. You do not need to choose violence. You can leave, or you can entreat. What do you wish? Or do you need to ask the trees?
Just for that snarky comment, I'll go over and stand beside Fleabite. And I'll I'll just kind of go over and stand beside Fleabite, and then be like, I'll just say, I will do what I must.
That is not an answer.
Violence it is, I suppose.
She just nods. And she looks to Vanger and Keldrath.
Our mission lies onwards.
She just...
You speak of entreat. You're acting as though no matter what we do here, this is designed to antagonize us. We have no way other than sending you back with a message from ourselves asking what kind of boon would see us safely through the land. You are not giving us any option as our mission does lie ahead.
You would be escorted to Menglod once these two have been killed. It is
will
not
not
my
allow
place
that
to
happen,
speak for Menglod.
but it is your place to threaten our party.
As Menglod has instructed me. Your options are to entreat Menglod.
I will
You
stand
wish-
with my friends.
She nods. She looks to you, Vanger.
You know what? May I offer you just a word of advice?
She doesn't like saying anything to stop you.
We are. Our mission is of great import. Whatever stands in our way, we will face. And my advice is this: don't fight us.
You had the option, and you still yet have the option to not fight. You can follow me to Menglod, and then you may entreat her for your passage through this space that does not belong to you, or you may return a generous offer given that you have already taken.
He smiles quite kindly at her, actually. Like, there is no option to return.
Then you are left with two.
And what option is abandoning my friends?
They spoke for
Just another way to
themselves.
die in this mountain.
I would see you safely to Menglod.
Oh, I don't doubt for a second you would. And Menglod may even ask something of me I'm able to provide, and I may even see it past the lands that are hers.
Menglod would not ask something of you you could not provide. She would simply kill you. Nods. There's almost like that was an attempt at being reassuring. Obviously, it
But
may
even-
have fell flat, but yeah.
Even then. Well, I fancy myself somewhat capable, but a lone dwarf in this mountain.
Your people are hardy.
It seems to me my options are death or death.
You feel you
Or-
have nothing to offer, Menglod, for your transgressions?
I feel that if I could make this journey alone, it would have been a far simpler, shorter one.
She doesn't say anything to that. Just says, I await your answer.
Sept, I have been given a purpose. We all have here, whether we see it that way or not. It will be fulfilled.
She smirks and she says, as have I. You are yet to choose.
Oh,
And to be fair, Colin, I have no issues if you decide to go with her.
but he's still going to attack the others.
They chose it. So, it depends. You could speak to them. It isn't, like, does seem to be willing to wait to murder them all.
Okay.
But from a
if he's
tactical point
gonna-
of view, she's smaller than things you've defeated before.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean much, but I do
Means
think.
nothing.
Yeah. I look to others and I will say, We may yet avoid this unpleasantness. If I were to agree to meet with Menglod, as I've said, I couldn't make that journey without friends here.
Then perhaps you should take time to wrestle control of this group. And she just nods and then takes like a couple of steps away from the camp. As if to give you privacy to discuss it with your group. Yeah.
I'll stand and turn to them. As I say, I never seek a violent resolution when one can be avoided. It is not my instinct to trust purveyors of necromancy, but perhaps things are not so simple as they at first seem if she truly is guardian of this land. Perhaps we can avoid this conflict after all. I'll stand beside you if you decide that you must fight here. But I'm not sure that we must.
It is not we who decide that must fight here.
True.
If
As-
Menglod wants diplomacy, she should send a diplomat.
Well, yes. I mean, she may not have one at her disposal, to be fair.
This might be the
Yeah,
most
it's a little
diplomatic
bit.
person they have.
Yeah.
Like maybe they sent the
Yeah.
smallest person they had, and that was the most diplomatic way of, you know.
Sorry, Fleabag, I jumped in there.
No, that was pretty much what. was going on.
Fair enough, sorry.
This, I don't know, Colin. Do you feel that Fleabag's got a bit of the old Kestra justification about him going, oh, we weren't given a choice?
Oh. I will throw no shade.
None needed.
Yeah, no, I can see. Like, it's understandable that Fleabag might see it that way. We still, she's willing to allow, still may be able to speak to her master, and if this Menglod is, if we can deal with them without any undue problems, this we may yet avoid.
The sheathing master demands tribute for us of defending selves. If that is how they start, then likely any of discussion would end in death.
And also the trespassing. Okay.
I am. I share your concern that this may be that this situation might not really be really resolvable without without violence, but I'll sort of lean in closer. May I suggest, given what we know of necromancy, that if it's going to come to violence, perhaps be no bad thing. Yeah, might involve the necromancer. Dangerous for us, perhaps, but
Stepping back, I'm going to say, yes, I agree, but Svipdag seems dangerous, and you said that she's not dead. What else may they have?
she could be a small giant, I suppose. We should ask.
While he asks, can Fleabag cast mage armor? Just in case that wasn't.
Oh my god.
It probably wouldn't be on, so you probably can cast mage armor.
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like an offensive spell or anything,
No.
but
But
Okay, sorry. Player agency. If you think that's going to escalate tensions, then
I think choosing to fight her will escalate things regardless, so I don't know how much you can worry about casting Mage Armor when you've already said, I have chosen violence. So, you know...
as it's an invocation, it's not even like spell slots.
But it is still casting a spell. That's it. It's still casting a spell, it just doesn't use spell slots. That's all it does. It does say it allows you to cast the spell.
At will.
I be will.
Yeah. Which one of us is Will? You get Mage Armor. Terrible joke.
So yeah, if anyone thinks that's going to cause things further...
Alexander, do you think that's a bad idea? Or do you think it's a fine idea? Because you're the one that's got the ability to do it. So... tell me. Just tell me if you're doing it or not, regardless. Well? Right?
Your original words were, "Can I cast Mage Armor?"
And I was curious of the mechanical implications of can I? Theoretically.
Oh, easy.
The philosophical can I? More like, should I? Okay, so anyway, we're kind of trying to avoid the inevitable.
Fine. Then we'll just not do that then.
Okay, cool. So is anyone swayed by Vanger's words yet? Or not?
Give peace a chance.
Also, Eltris, she's mentioned the term guardian, which is surprising that you haven't jumped on any of that at all.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is actually.
Yeah.
The last time I met a fellow guardian, you know.
It ended really well for you.
Mhm.
And the time before that...
I mean, personally, like, I'm happy enough to go meet Menglod.
I mean, you said I stand with Fleabite, so I don't know if that is obvious. So
you could call me Tree. I've got a name, you know.
yeah, mascot.
And I'm his horse, so that's not a choice either.
So who's the worst diplomat here? Like Zipdag or you guys? Because I feel like I think I know where my money's going.
Us guys?
No.
Oh.
No.
On the plus side, Vanger's reasonably convinced there are no undead within 60 feet. And with his perception check, within eyesight. It's good. It's a pro. It does just seem to be her. She does seem to have followed you for a couple of days, as you're aware. Some of you, at least. So, take from all this information what you will.
All I'm taking from this at the present time is we fight now and we fight later. There is nothing... Vanger's the most experienced, so I will defer to him in this. But I can't see it ending any better up the hill than what we're going to get just now, and then just run for it.
Like throw snow in her face and go, "Leg it!" and just hope for the best. Okay, right.
I'm going to do a stealth check
So,
in a second.
like, does Keldrath generally believe that like there is no like feasible solution that could be made? Like, why would somebody like Menglod send an envoy, right?
Because she can make us undead.
Okay.
And that's my thoughts. Another 4 or 5 people in her
here's
army.
Here's my counterpoint to that. Why not just have this person kill you all in your sleep? Because she's clearly been close enough by to do that, and then drag all your dead bodies back to get reanimated. Right? If we're going for wisdom characters, because you're a pretty high wisdom character, right?
Yep. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not, it's just a thought. Depends how you think the undead work, because again, who knows? But I think that would at least come up. Yeah. Banger, any final words to your party?
What's your persuasion like, Vanger?
I think it's very good. Let me check. My persuasion is -1.
How do you want him to roll
I can
persuasion
still
against
try.
the party? Like,
He will say a couple more words and then he'll leave it.
If we do you think we could try and just lie?
I mean, I see no need to lie because we could always just change our minds and decide, fuck this, you know? Like, it's
I
not
was
like,
more saying like tell her, okay, we're going down the hill. You know, as soon as
All
you
right.
leave, we'll start going down the hill. Wink.
I should just follow you though.
Wink, wink.
Like,
I think that may not work. I mean, it may, but I don't think it will work.
it's a very Fleabite suggestion at least. The misdirection thing more so than just lies.
If we fight now, perhaps all goes our way, make it up. But we're already told, and we know from the fact that she's been following us, that this Menglod is aware of us. We're watching us fight again, as she perhaps can through this one as well. More information, and it's more time for her to prepare, more information on where we are, how we fight, even if it's just a dim sense.
You think we would have a better chance fight if they did not know?
I think we might be able to fight less. They don't have us tired out from a battle, marching on through their lands with no idea where their soldiers may be up ahead and living.
We only have need of stopping them if they have tried to stop us. If this chi thing, wish for us to not have interfere, then all have to do is not be in way.
I don't think that will continue to be quite such an option if they're actively hunting. Just suspect they may be we slay the messenger.
Vanger know many things, yes. If Vangerbeard think it is of better chance of making it to Mammoth Thing Nest, then Fleabite will go with Beard Thing.
Thank you. Chris, Geldrath, you.
I'll
Try-
follow as well. Yeah. I didn't. I don't like to choose violence. Mostly just to defend myself. So I will come.
My decision might perhaps different. She sent one of the dead. They're not all mindless.
Fire Giant Thing did not try to kill us, nor did say that they would.
No.
They
They were
simple
avoiding.
of let us pass as they know we have no intention against them. These things imply that would have destroyed Fire Giant things.
I know. I am troubled, but have a mission. Perhaps we can do some good in the way, perhaps not. And I will say out of character, like, he's not just saying this. No bluff roll here. 100% Vanker is very much troubled by this, but he is also increasingly convinced that starting a fight and not starting it once you've already got past the army to the necromancer is a really poor idea. And he doesn't generally want to fight if he doesn't have to anyway, so you can maybe see why he's inclined the direction he is, but he doesn't like it. He does not like at all the decision he's made. He just sort of is sure it's the better option, but obviously not going to leave anyone behind. So I 100% if Keldrath is not going to give them a chance, and I could understand why he might not be, then Vangel's going to stand with you, obviously. But it just, yeah.
I think Keldrath's going to get up and walk slightly away from the party, just in contemplation, not in any aggressive way, not any challenging way. Just, I'm going to turn back to them. I'm going to say, I think from today, we must be prepared to fight. I can't see any other way that this will change, unless through some luck, some chance that we have something that she needs. My fear is that no. All I will say is I will bow to your experience, Vanger. Fleabite. I stood to protect him. If Fleabite now is willing to bow to your experience, I will as well. But I am going up here prepared to fight. I expect to fight.
I nod. I wish I could say I was convinced we won't have, but really hope that is the case.
Then, my friend, under these circumstances, today you speak for us.
Thank you. I shall speak to her once more and see what this road ahead holds for us. Yeah, and I'll turn around and sort of take a few steps towards Svipdag.
Yeah, so you can like get her attention again. She like walks
Throw a
closer.
snowball at her.
Throw a snowball at her, yeah. She'd actually just built herself like a snowman, yeah, while she was waiting, yeah. Yeah, she approaches the group again and says, "Have you made your decision, Vanger?"
I, on this occasion, speak for all of us. If you'll accept that.
I congratulate you on your victory over your companions.
Perhaps we see things differently in that regard, but
no doubt.
We will meet with Mengla.
She looks to everybody else as if kind of like trying to judge body language. Is everybody like at least body language wise like looking like that's normal and you don't just immediately look like you're about to jump her?
Oh, I can't say that.
Yeah, no.
No, I am puffed up to my most dragonish
Right, okay.
expectation in a fight.
Shining the scales on display, yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think if Fleabite wasn't wearing a coat, it would be much more visible how much heckles were up.
And I was about to say yes, but I feel like that's the wrong answer.
You can answer it with whatever way you want. You don't need to always follow the crowd.
Okay, I'm going to say that I am looking peaceful.
Okay. Then shall I be saying, does this one speak for all of you?
He speaks for me, yes.
She nods to that.
And me.
She nods to that. She looks at Fleabite in his little puffball outfit.
For this.
She does that. Then follow! And she turns and starts walking.
Yeah, and I looked around to the group with an expression that says, "I am so sorry if I fucked this up, but bear with me." Assuming you can all read that from an expression. And yeah, I'll take a few steps after it, and I'm gonna ask now. So Sept, apologies if this is something of a rude question, but I'm not quite sure what you are, if you take my meaning.
I understand your meaning. And she just walks on.
Oh,
And then we go to break. Because we're way over on break. So we'll take a quick wee 5 minutes
a little
here.
bit.
Yeah, take a quick
Little
wee
bit
5
over.
minutes. We were a wee bit late in starting.
That was tense.
Yeah. Hey, we should be back. Hopefully the audio works. If some of you can speak now, that would be great.
Or forever hold your peace.
Yep,
Speak.
perfect.
Speak,
So
speak,
I'll
speak.
hope that one of you can go in. He's already on it. Look at that. Look at him. Well done. Well done, Alexander. And hopefully the audio is
Yeah,
okay.
sounds good.
Excellentus. Right. Welcome to the Invasion Session 67, Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 29th of September 2021. Here are the players.
Hello, I'm still Tom, as I was in the first session half. And today I will continue to be playing Eltris, the barbarian elf who keeps falling in love with all the wrong women.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Was the audio okay there, Alexander, as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
All good. Perfect. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. My name's Chris. Tonight I'll be playing Keldrath, who is prepared for battle.
Yes.
And a further good evening from Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the druid cleric Neville Chamberlain.
Really? Yeah. Okay. I can see it. Yeah.
Peace for our time, Ryan.
Peace for our
You know what?
time,
I'm gonna
Ryan.
take I've got a really hot take, people. Right? Okay, beware. Right?
Is this about Neville Chamberlain? Yeah.
Yes, like
Okay.
wear thick clothing because this is scorching hot. Neville Chamberlain gets too much blame for World War II because
100% agree.
he did commence right. You know, he didn't just sit back and expect that the Jerrys would be good. He did a little bit, but not completely 100%. It wasn't all Neville Chamberlain's fault.
It's almost as if nobody in the public has ever been bamboozled by a smooth-talking politician before. That it would feel wrong to blame everything solely on Chamberlain, if you ask me.
And you know what? I'm going to go even further and say most of the blame lies with a certain Adolf Hitler. No, that's a step too far. I'm not going to go with that take.
Okay.
And Stalin.
Okay, but couldn't you say
Hands
that?
off Poland.
Couldn't you say that Franz Ferdinand is truly to blame? Because how could we have had a World War II had we not?
Without his assassination.
Right?
I mean, that's completely fair.
Right.
But I would suggest that the guy whose name I can't pronounce that shot him from the Black Hand was probably more responsible for him being shot.
Or the one
No,
that
no,
made
it was
the
clearly
gun.
the ostrich that was called Frankie Duke. He got really hungry.
What?
Hell.
I think we all kind of agree that imperialism is bad.
Yeah. So while we were saying that, though, you guys travel on with Zipdag. Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, as long as she's got her own food.
As long as she keeps her hands off Poland. Otherwise, we're going to have problems.
Oh dear. That's Vanguard's breaking point. We've found that it's Poland. The sovereignty.
First 5
of-
minutes of the second session will be deleted.
You say that, but this is what gets the views, right?
Yeah.
The controversy. Oh dear. Anyone who's watching this, sorry, and also welcome. But also in the comments, feel free to have your say about the causes of World War II, and what we could have done to prevent it. So, yeah. RP takes you in new
He
places.
tried to cancel Poland, right?
So anyway, you're walking with Ziptag. Yeah, there's a fairly lengthy walk. You're all probably fairly tired as well, right? Given that not all of you got sleep, remember, which is fun.
Yeah.
But Fleabite does mage armor.
So you do want to do mage armor then? Yeah.
Well, I feel like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So as I said, you walk for the better part of a day. Don't know, anybody that wishes to pay attention to their surroundings and roll perception or survival, I don't mind which. But also equally, if you're too busy keeping an eye on her, then you can.
Cheeky perception. to 16.
Yeah. Anyone else, or are they too busy focused on her?
I want to roll a perception as well.
Sure.
No,
just-
you're too busy focusing.
Can I roll a perception on her? No, yeah, I want to roll a perception as well, just
Yeah.
to take it all in.
Okay.
I take nothing in.
Yeah, Fleabite would just sort of like to know, or to try and be able to retrace his steps. So it would be that specifically that you would be looking out for.
Okay. So that'd be survival. On the roll
Yeah,
for me.
no,
Yep.
I feel you.
It's okay. Yep. Okay. And Caldreth, you want to join the rolling club, or are you happy just seeing how it goes?
See, my focus is going to be on her.
Okay.
I think I'd like to find out more.
What would you like to try and gauge from her then?
Well, part of the conversation earlier was that the fire giants invaded this territory. I would somehow like to find out more about her take on that, because from what we know from Cynthia and from the fire giants, the attacks are coming from down the hill. So, I mean, that might be a Menglog conversation.
Hmm.
I'd like to know more
Yeah.
before we actually get in front of her.
Okay, well, why don't we hold off on that conversation just now, because that would have to be a conversation. That's not really a roll as such at this stage. You couldn't gauge that from like a perception or whatever at the moment, but we can definitely have that in a moment. So everybody else, while you're like, walking, and as I said, the day goes on, you're realizing like you're passing a lot faster. Like you're covering a lot more ground quicker with her leading you, it seems.
I think she might be familiar with this place.
Like to the point where it's more than just a good guide. It's clearly some kind of like, well, ability, one might say, or a synergy with the land. Who knows? Yeah.
Where is that sound familiar?
And also, Fleabit, you actually have no idea where your camp was after like an hour.
Okay, yeah.
Like it's really hard to tell what way anything is, and that is with a survival of 19.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you're not even sure that you haven't walked in like a big circle either.
We're on a different mountain now.
Yeah, you're actually staring at the other Fleabite on the other mountain, also trying to find his steps. But yeah, he's both looked into the bag and then waved to each other. But yeah, so like during this kind of like walk, you kind of gauge the fact that like it is quite hard to tell like where you are in response to where you were, and also or in respect to where you were, and also like where you seem to be heading. Like even up or down the mountain seems to be difficult to gauge at this stage because of the snow. But she seems fine by everything. I'm still confident in the direction she's going. Right, Keldreth, do you broach conversation with her then?
Yes, I think I will. I'll start by saying earlier my friend Vangar tried to engage you in conversation about your origins.
He did.
We have been informed that Menglog deals more in the undead, and you seem to be quite well and healthy. Is there any particular reason for this?
Should I not be well and healthy?
From
Can't just ask someone why they're alive.
No, I know. I'm just trying to get the conversation going.
Yeah.
Leading into trying to find out more about Menglog. So, yeah. I mean, earlier, as you say, we walked into the territory and we were engaged by an undead fire giant. You said we took something from Menglog without our knowledge. We accept that we trespassed. We accept we defended ourselves, but still, you seem to be the mystery here. From what we've said, from what we've heard. Can you enlighten us in any way?
Yeah, and like you can clearly tell, like as she's like stepping like through the snow, like she doesn't also like see from the people that like rolled relatively well with their perceptions and whatnot. She doesn't leave tracks, by the way.
Oh, okay.
but obviously you do. And yeah, she says to you, I live because no one yet has slain me. She gives you like there's a look that makes her look a bit less stoic than normal. She get like a slight grin to her face. She says that, like plods on. She goes, you wish to test this after Menglod has given her judgment upon you, and you are allowed to continue. You may challenge me still.
I think that could be a fun test for both of us. I'm still young, but if there were limitations, neither of us, I hope, wish to die.
She kind of gives you
Do
like
you
a funny
feel the
look when you
same?
say that, and she goes, you either die or you don't. You have the skill to stave off death, or old age greets it.
Yes, we all die eventually. But in my culture and as part of my training, we battle, we train. Are you that unrestrained that everything must end in death?
She laughs. She goes, death is not the end. He just laughs and carries on.
I'm not going to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, as far as she's concerned, you may or may not be trying to court her. She's not sure yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not Eltress, I don't think. So
Check skin for
I'm
key
not
and
looking at
robots.
that.
Nope, good.
yeah.
You're not Eltress, so it might work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well.
Here's what happens, Eltress. You miss one session, right, and they all bond over murder.
I know. I know.
Do you know what I mean?
Uh,
Shocking. But yeah, like she does seem to be like, she might give you like fairly like curt answers, but she is talking, right? So there is that.
yeah, definitely.
But she definitely does seem to just to like, she seems to try and skip to the end of whatever line of questioning she thinks you're on it. But I think what you've gauged is she doesn't fear death. She almost seems like, you know, she has accepted that is part of existence. She seemed to enjoy the fact that you mentioned you were trained for battle. Beyond that, hard to read. Right. That's pretty much what you get from her.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
what
going to
I
ask one further question. Are there many like you amongst Menglog's retinue?
She smirks, and then she says to you, do you have your eyes set on something?
I have my eyes set on survival.
She laughs again. She goes, it is a worthy goal, but not what
Is it
I
an
was
achievable
asking.
goal? No.
And then, like, when you say it's an achievable goal, she goes, with humility and skill, anything is achievable.
What are we doing here?
Well, there's that almost musical note that sounds back to the exact same conversation probably Cynthia had on a similar notes of the music. So we just don't have a music budget, so I need to tell you this.
Roll against charisma.
Haven't used that budget though.
Uh,
It's a lot more inoffensive if you're in an elevator.
Yeah. Anybody else want to talk to her? Or if you have anything else you want to ask her? At all, Keldreth?
No. I'm quite.
She's not quite as charismatic as Cynthia, that's for sure. She's a
Yeah.
lot more abrupt, this one. Uh-huh. Fleabite, anything you'd like to talk to her about? No?
Hey, look at that stabbing back. No, I think I'll keep weary distance.
Okay, yeah.
We're only here for Vanguard to talk to her, not for Fleabite.
Wow.
Fleabite just slowly pushes
This
Wenger
is why I
forward.
end up being the voice.
Mhm. Like, how's your charisma, Wenger? Is it, like,
It's -1.
yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure there's more party members that are more suited to. What's Fleabite's charisma?
-1.
Okay, so he's on par.
Although Fleabite, as supposedly a warlock, has proficiency like in charisma. So it's -1, but then sort of.
It's the
+2.
better kind of -1, yeah.
Do you mean you've got pluses in deception? Is that what you mean?
No. Yes. I thought there was something. No, I mean for saving throws mostly.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
So,
yeah, saving throws.
Saving throws, charisma.
Mhm.
I do get
Okay.
See, for me, it would be performance. You know?
Definitely. What's your charisma at as well?
Charisma's at 0.
Okay, and Eltris?
+1.
There we go. There's your negotiator.
No. Now. I don't listen. I don't need another Monday situation. For the person who's mechanically the best negotiator is also not.
Hey, he's only your Captain Admiral. Okay, it's fine.
Exactly, I'm your Captain Admiral.
Yep. Technically, I mean, you're kind of his guardian while you're up the mountain, right? So, I mean, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so you just walk a bit more, and then Sadag says to everyone, "We are approaching. Do you have anything you wish to do?" She just stares at everybody, like, definitely, like, there's a tiny bit of smugness at this. Maybe there's a slight, tiny tone of mocking. She just looks at everyone.
I like my pipe.
Mhm.
No, I think we're get the others just to see in case anyone's drawing anything.
I've got a tight hold of my throwing dart in my staff.
And like she, like as I said,
healing potion.
and like, she is carrying weaponry, obviously, but she isn't holding it. But you can definitely see, like, she's made no effort to hide that she is, capable, and this she would expect the same, if that makes sense. Like she doesn't seem off put by you guys having weaponry. So yeah, but like you can tell, like it's not far away from it getting dark. Let's put it that way. So you've definitely covered a fair chunk of ground, as far as you can tell, and a lot better time than you normally do. And then she says, "If there is nothing you need to do to prepare, you are ready to be presented."
Aye.
I guess Fleabite will do a cursory psychic link with everyone.
Okay. Including Zwipdak?
No.
Hey!
5 hours.
5 hours with 8 sneak attack damage.
Ow. My brain has been knocked.
Nobody was expecting it. So yeah. If that's the case, then we go here. Dun 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 dun.
Need to do the trick. Yeah, there we go. Surprisingly.
There we go.
I take it the bottom left is not there.
Oh, it is there because it's the credits of who made the map.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, is that a book? I thought it was a signpost.
It's a signpost of a book stating who made the map. Yeah. So, these are here. Also, for those at home, here is Zwipdag, because you've never got to see her. She has no glory. Possibly with Fleabite over her shoulder. We're not sure.
I think Fleabite's coat is going to be getting an extra scarf soon.
And then she walks up to here and tells you all to follow her.
I will follow.
Yeah.
I suggest we sit close together.
That's why I'm walking slowly.
And feel free just to
That in the midway.
feel free just
Bit
to
by
line up.
bit.
She kind of just points her, to a line. That nice crunchy snow sound as you walk as well. She just stares in disgust as you all dance in the snow. Yep. So
What's that performance roll?
I'll just like nudges like that. I'll do. That's a good enough line. And then she shouts something in giant.
She might be a tiny giant after all. A tiny floating giant.
And then there is movement from the other side of this, frozen river. The trees move ever so slightly. And then this emerges. Let's all have a wonderful zoom in at this thing.
That art's very discordant.
I like the fact that it looks like the bear's trying to like munch on her arm,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like kind of when you get a puppy and it tries to nibble you.
Yep.
Is that
There's a
your,
little bit of everything in there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
your main god?
Kind of side eye at Vanger at this moment.
Yeah, thanks for this.
There you go. There's a full image.
I like how she's carrying one of those heads the way I carry the stag.
Mm. Yep.
To
Yep.
be fair.
Ryan.
Yes.
Bear with me 1 second.
Form of get the fuck out of here. What? Okay.
She within 60 feet actually, I didn't even measure.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say it should be. Let me actually have a look at their character sheet. Yeah, nothing.
Nope.
Yep. Yep. However, you do sense more.
Okay. Sense more is the most I'm getting from that though, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm being very generous with that.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
I appreciate that.
The phrase total cover would be your enemy here. Let's put it that way.
So I would just say
But nothing from her or Zipdag, obviously. So
there's
I'll finish that scene where she shouts off, that thing emerges. And then like Zipdag seems very deferential, obviously, to the emergent. And then it speaks more in giant. A very loud voice, obviously, filling the area. You can almost feel the lake rattle a little bit with the voice. Vanker, there's an air to the voice, maybe just off the back of your eyes of the grave, where there is, there's power to her voice.
Okay.
So you can tell immediately you're dealing with somebody with a bit of arcane degree pokery. And Zvipdag turns to everyone and says, "Do you wish to kneel to show your respect, or do you wish to simply state your case?"
Vanger, we follow your lead here.
Perhaps we should speak directly. I know a little of the primordial tongue, and they'll say some very basic phrase.
Yeah, and none of it seems to land. Zipdag says, "Your common tongue is fine. I will translate. Unless you speak giant."
Alas, we are lacking in giant speakers at the moment.
Do you trust my words will not be twisted?
Aye.
She nods, to that. Like as if that probably meant a bit to her, He's haven't exactly had a long time together. And then she says, then I will
She
speak
seems
for
like
you.
the faithful servant sort,
Yeah. And then she says some more in giant. You pick out obviously like certain keywords like Vanger, Eltris, Fleabite, Geldrath, Svipdag, Menglod, various other things in between. And she returns to you guys and she says, "This is Menglod, the everlasting one."
She's not alone. Should I address my words to you? I suppose that makes sense.
You will address Menglod. I will translate.
Very well.
You hear from the other
Makes
side of the
sense.
lake this crackly, old, raspy voice just kind of screaming horrible common. "Let them live!" From one of the heads.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment. We would pass through your domain to reach the fabled city of Barris.
You hear another of the heads just kind of scream in a slightly haggard tone. "Flay them!"
I think Vanger cringes slightly. On a mission of enormous significance, a quest to find a relic that might yet save this world from a terrible invasion.
Menglod, the middle head, speaks, and Svipdag and her exchange words, and then Svipdag says, "What is this relic you seek? What is its importance, and how would it affect Menglod and her land?"
It is
You get interrupted
Whoa.
again by, "Let them pass!"
It is the egg of a dragon.
Yeah, and like as
One
you're
way or-
speaking, like you're hearing obviously Svipdag translate in real time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
One way or another, we have heard from reliable, knowledgeable people that it can be key stopping the invasion, an invasion that threatens to sweep over all the world. Creatures that have reached the lower forest already
You hear the one that shouted "Flay them" scream, "They mean to invade us!"
are not true invaders merely following other refugees from fallen worlds. That they flee a force that has consumed world after world and will consume ours too. I have no doubt that you are mighty and that you can defend your domain well. But I do not believe that a force that has demolished world after world will be stopped by any army alone.
Obviously Menglod has been talking during while you've been speaking just to Svipdag, who then relays to you saying, "Menglod, the Everlasting One, says, this invasion force has not yet threatened us. How are we to believe you that we would not survive and claim victory over them? Perhaps their march ends here, as all others do." And you hear that one shout, "Let them pass!" Just in case this isn't disturbing enough for people, let's zoom in again.
Yeah, I know.
I got the picture on the Discord up.
Yeah.
I cannot see the future. I do not claim to see the future. I cannot know what will come to pass. I can only say what I have heard from those who know and what has been.
You hear one of the
Backed
heads
up.
shout, "He speaks of smoke, yet has started no fires."
What's been backed up by the truth I have seen unfold before my very eyes. If you doubt me, well, I do not know what I can offer to convince you, but perhaps you could name it and I could show my honesty.
And Svipdag then finishes conversing with the one sane head, probably. A coherent one that's the one that's speaking giant, not the ones that are speaking common. And yeah, Svipdag turns and says, "If this dragon egg does exist, you wish to what? What is its fate by your hands?"
Well,
There's a montage of every time someone's asked you that throughout the series, you know.
truthfully, it's a difficult question. But my inclination is to preserve life where I can. And if a dragon can turn the tide of this war to come, then I wouldn't. Then I wouldn't stand in the way of its return. But
Svipdag then finishes translating Menglod and says to you, "Dragons were no friends here. You wish their return? Only..."
neither were they friends to my people.
And then you can see that crossed her a little, right? She almost a little bit perturbed. And she says, she just continues the translation and says, "Nor their allies." And she just nods in response to your comment. Translates that back to Menglod.
There are others who suggest that the egg could be used in some way.
You hear one of the heads shout,
Destroyed.
"Cook it!"
Destroyed in the process, of course. But
And you hear another one of the heads say, "Oh yeah, cook it!"
that it may yet prove vital, one way or the other.
And then you just hear, "Let them pass!" And Menglod starts speaking again. And Svipdag says, "You have offered nothing as tribute to Menglod, yet you walk on her land. You speak of seeking an enemy and wish its return. How do we know you are not here to simply take everything from Menglod?" And you hear one of the heads shout, "Cook them!"
Eltris. Eltris.
I don't even know how to reply to it.
Eltris.
You've got a head in your way.
Perhaps we do have a tribute we could offer.
Destroyed.
Yeah, I suppose I could take the head off my thingy belt. And I'll just kind of place it down on the ground in front.
Sorry, I just had a vision of you holding Deuce's head.
Yep, right out of the bag.
Yeah.
And then you hear one of the heads on this thing say, "Is he mocking us?" And you hear one of the ones shout, "Let him pass." And then Sept says to you, "And what is this tribute you offer?"
The head of Cain.
There is like a gust of wind, dramatically. Right, just a nice dramatic gust of wind. Camera changes angles to look side on at, both sides of the river. And then like all the heads shut up and look at you when you say that. And then it speaks in common. Manglod speaks and
I
says,
knew it could fucking do
and
that.
it says in like it's a terrible like cobbled together common, and it says, "Show us."
Does it? I get the impression it means to approach it.
I mean, like, well, so far, like, Artis has just like sat it in front of him, right?
I'll look to Eltrus as if, sure it.
But they're all looking, all of them, even the ones on her belt. Oh.
Aloft.
Fingers in it.
What's the deal with the little rivery thing? I take it, is that just ice?
Yeah, it's like a big solid frozen river. Yeah.
I can see your thinking, yes. I may have an idea.
What's your idea?
Well, last session we were on some rather thick ice that, for instance, didn't vibrate when people shouted, and my what's it called?
Earth
I'll
tremor.
need to check it. Earth tremor, yeah, which would kick up dirt in a sort of ground environment, but in this case, it did dig into the ice a bit.
But that ice was like easily like maybe 4 feet thick, easily.
Yeah.
From what Vanguard could tell, it did seem to kick up and was still solid.
I think if this ice is thinner, and it certainly looks quite fractured, I think I could very easily destabilize this ice if I stood at the edge of it. Of course, it depends how deep the river runs, whether that's useful to us.
Yeah, like, I'm still wondering, so what's the plan other than cracking ice? Is it like literally an icebreaker? Is that what we're aiming for?
No,
here?
I mean, like, if she starts walking on that, it probably gets more vulnerable. I think I can sink her.
Okay. She doesn't seem like she's going to move though. She is just saying "show us" and kind of standing.
Yeah.
There, so
No, I don't. I just mean like. If
I
the
just
fight
was
did
like,
start.
because in my head I was like, "Are you sending Eltrus to drown? Like, what's happening?"
No,
See, because I thought I was just going to try and walk across it. I was making sure it was walkable. That's why.
Oh
So,
no,
yeah.
I thought you were going for the.
Right, so guys,
I thought
back
you were
in the
thinking
scene.
what I was thinking.
What's happening in the scene?
How heavy is the head again?
What's that?
I
The head's
will.
big.
The two options here is I either walk across the ice and kind of take it over to her, or I slide it across the ice like hockey.
Or you could hold it aloft. Just a thought,
I didn't think of that. Yeah.
so she can actually see it properly.
Let's try that and see if she can see it from that. Yeah. So I'll just pick it up and kind of hold it above my head, like in that 80s film where he's got the boombox above his head.
Say anything.
That's the one. I think. Awesome.
It is.
I believe
I know because I love the band.
Okay.
I've never seen the film.
Okay, so you hold Thickean's head aloft. Poor thing that it is. Did you say anything?
I don't feel good about this.
I don't think I'd really say it. I'll kind of hold it up and then I'll kind of look at Vanguard as if like, okay, I'm doing the thing. I'm showing her it.
From one guardian to another.
Are you saying this as Vipdag translates, or are you just saying this directly to Glog?
Yeah,
Yeah.
She it would direct it to her. The Menglod.
And then all the heads again all start like speaking to each other. Mostly the nonsense phrases that they seem to have been saying. And then Menglod speaks back in Giant, and Sept says, "If this is your tribute, relinquish it. And she puts like her hands out.
Menglod said that, yeah.
Well, Zipdag's translating. So
Alright,
Zipdag says that to you. Yeah.
So is she the one with her hands out? Yeah.
Yep. Because
Okay,
Menglod's
cool.
hands are not that large, you'd be glad to know.
Okay.
Like, whoa!
Stretch Armstrong over there. Yeah, I suppose I'll just kind of. I think before I hand it over, I'll look back for like the approval of like Vanguard and Fleabite and Keldrath, just to be like.
Fleabite slowly climbing into the bag of holding.
Yeah. From me, you'll get a sad but convinced nod.
Okay. And everyone else?
Just look at Vanger, and if this is his wish, make sure.
Like, waits for Vanguard to nod, then nods
Go
also.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is the time. I'll say sort of mentally.
Okay.
To Fleabite, I guess.
Can we quickly go back to the what do you call it? The goals, and add this back into the goals.
Oh, of course, it was all there, right?
But with that, I suppose I'll just kind of hand it over. Yeah. Give it to that woman.
What's her name?
Ziptai?
Yeah.
Zipdag?
Ziptie.
To be fair, you basically told her what's her name.
Yep, Zipdag. Yeah.
Svipdag.
Yeah.
Svipdag.
And
Zipdag.
she takes it from you and then just literally like tosses it like a kind of like a body heave across
come on.
Like the gap. It lands in the middle of the ice, in the middle, and then Menglod steps like forward to the very edge and looks at it, and then just like points her hand out, and then just starts muttering. All the eyes glow blue.
Oh no!
And all the energy starts to vibrate around this
God damn it, Cynthia!
head of the stag, and you can see it starting to like regrow bones and like icy kind of like, you know, structure around where its body obviously would have been, and it looks like Menglod is reanimating the Cain, and that's where we end the session. Yep. Ah, yeah. I will mention as well, Eltris, you feel this. At
The
your
Kane's
core.
back. Of course, I feel it. I'm so happy.
Yeah. So, there we go. There we go. What would you like to call the session?
I bet God fucking damn it, Cynthia!
I don't know what you mean by any of that.
Just a thought.
I had "Don't kill the messenger" is what I wrote earlier.
Which we didn't.
Yeah.
So to be fair, that fits.
So I'll type that up as well. So, any other suggestions?
I had one from earlier, but it's gone.
We've also got these very memorable people. I suppose just also. Oh, can't spell.
Is she an Eton, can I ask?
You can ask. Yeah, and no is the answer.
Okay.
Does like similar though, right? Like I know the visual.
Yeah,
very...
I got the impression she'd added the heads though.
Yeah,
they weren't natural.
See, because there's ones
So-
hanging off the belt that seem to also be animate. Like, yeah, you could read into that. Yes. Maybe this is how she learns. I've also got. In fact, I think it was the filter was everlasting.
It's
1.
fine. I can't see any downsides to the reanimated
Right.
the reanimated Kane whose position now usurped.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not worried. My best friend is back.
I'm sure Cynthia will help with this problem.
She's like filing her nails back at that cave, going, I don't know why they ever left here. Here was great. So yeah, if this is us vote wise, everybody got their votes in.
I mean, I may have done a
I
bit
know.
of a multi-vote.
It's okay. It means one of them's winning, which is good enough for me. Last call for this. Yep, good, fine. In that case, it's don't kill the messenger. But our options were God fucking damn it, Cynthia, diplomacy, don't kill the messenger, let them pass, flay them, Zipdag and Menglod. Menglod, the everlasting one. There we go. I think don't kill the messenger because you actually said that during the session, so I like that. I pop that in.
I do think that this was the point that Cynthia had intended for us to use it.
So,
I think, despite what she said earlier,
let's work down the list, shall we? Reach the city of Barras. No. Decide the fate of the dragon egg. That came up again.
I think we sort of leaned a little bit further since I come out and said it to a potential enemy.
Again, as a group, as players, you kind of have, but as a group of characters, you have never discussed it. So, there's that. He's mostly just replied to people that ask you about it when you bring it up. But then never talk about it as an interpersonal thing. Stop the deaths that Cynthia predicted.
I think we might be going about causing them, unfortunately.
I mean, do you think it's a write-off yet? I guess it's a better question then.
Not necessarily.
So you want to leave it in?
What do we think? Well, I mean, like, so maybe leave it in because, like, no, wait. I was going to say are the deaths maybe caused by Menglod as well? You know what I mean? Obviously, she's, like, kind of reanimating them and stuff, but then I was like, no, that's stupid. She's obviously not the one killing them, but is she, though? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, she definitely
maybe if we get
I
rid
would
of
keep it.
Yeah.
Well, when people keep thinking, bringing her things like stag's heads and she reanimates them, then is it really her that does the killing? Who knows?
Fair. Let's just hope that magic doesn't seep into Fleabite's bag. Fleabite?
Yeah, bring out the giant's hand. Yeah,
Any of the bones he has in his bag.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
I'm hearing undead mount here.
like a WoW reward for subscribing?
Yes.
Oh dear. Hey, if you all want to sub, I'll happily give you all undead mounts. So, anyway, we'll keep that for now. Identify the sorcerers of Undead Blight. How do you feel about that? You think these? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was done. Yeah.
How do you think it is?
I think we're facing her.
Yeah.
Dag.
Be careful.
Well, I guess that's staying on the list. Yep.
Menglod by any chance?
Yeah. Weirdly, yes.
Yeah.
The choir that is Menglod. Yeah. So. Yep. Yeah. So, do you want to move that across? Anybody?
Yes, somebody.
I don't know how to do this, so I'm staying away from it before I break it.
I'll do it. Completed. Find the completed life. Do a delete.
Okay.
I think we may have done the next one too.
Okay. So use stag as Cynthia intended. So, how do people feel about that?
I would say that does kind of look like it. I guess things I would probably add to the wrap-up chat more.
Okay. Fine. Alcus, Galdrath, how do you feel about use stag as Cynthia intended?
I think it's heading in that direction at the moment, yeah.
Ah, see what you did there. Heading. I get it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Can you see why it's an awkward goal though? Like wording wise? Because it's like, well, did we ever
Requires
ask?
a bit of mind reading on our part, yeah.
Yeah, it's a complete assumption actually. Like, what did Cynthia actually intend you to do with it? Shrug.
Well, it'd be nice if she fucking told us.
Oh, I mean, let's look back. She said pretty much
Did we ever ask her?
Use it to get passage onwards, right?
She
So
did say some things that indicated she expected we'd have used it already, but then she didn't say, "Oh well, guess it's useless" or anything like that.
yeah.
She didn't. So,
Mm-hmm.
I think she maybe expected us to use it wrongly, and was just pleased that we didn't.
Or she was just
Not gonna
impressed you've
lie.
got past loads of hurdles that may or may not have been difficult for lesser capable people. There you go.
And maybe just as surprised we hadn't thrown it away by now.
Probably.
That's been on the verge of that a
I've
couple of
used
times.
it as reagents or food.
Yeah. I mean, you have kind of done both of that though, like.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And that's important.
Okay. So, here's my question: do you intend to use the stag for anything else?
No, I don't think we will.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Fleabite, Ultras.
None of those parts of the stag.
We are specifically speaking about the head, it seems.
Specifically speaking about the head, as it seems, nope.
Ultras.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just want to move it across then, because I don't feel like it's got a place in the goals list anymore, does it? If you are happy to have considered this is what she meant, over it goes.
I think this might be why she was so certain they were going to fucking die, because she basically thought, you're going to have to facilitate it. I'm not going to tell you that, though, because you might get pissy.
Mm.
Just a thought.
Yeah,
Not-
what
not
what
that
what
big
could
sense of
Benglod do with like a a massively powerful undead forest guardian? I wonder. So anyway, personal goals. Fleabite, you didn't achieve yours. Eltris, you didn't achieve yours. Vanger, you did very well.
I've continued to
Uphold the
make
principles of your
mine
goal.
not unachievable.
Yep. And Keldrath, so far so good.
I changed this to Survive Menglod.
It
But
depends.
if you
where
remember
make it up.
Megadeth's third album, so far so good, so what?
Mm.
Yeah.
So now, with that in mind, replacement goals. We have a lot of empty goal slots, folks. So fix that, and also let's get rid of these.
Find some way to atone for the horrific crimes we have committed.
Just a tone in every single blank line. Yeah. Also,
Oh,
hello. Thank you, Argonar. Welcome.
Oh.
It's my good friend Matt. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Welcome. While we
Come
discuss
at an opportune moment.
while we discuss the crimes of the party. Yes. So, and thank you for the follow. And also the raid. And hello everybody. So, folks, goals. What are we doing? I got some blank slots here. We have 2 general goal slots, and we have 2 personal goals that need slotted. And these are facing
So,
Menglod, the everlasting one, possibly a grumpy Cicaean forest guardian. Also to catch up on that, well, they just have a think about this Argonar. They may or may not have just given a dead stag's head over as perhaps tribute and passage for some crazy Etin-looking woman who seems to be raising the dead, killing her fire giant peers, holding the party accountable for trespassing in her land while they're trying to just get past it, I guess. Yeah, I think that's about where you're at.
we're not happy with it.
No.
I just want to make that very clear.
The stag may or may not have been the guardian of the forest earlier in the mountain as well, that was killed. Not by the party, but possibly because of the party. Yeah. So, any ideas,
Okay.
folks? Mm-hmm.
So the one that we've got there, Stop the Death, Cynthia's predicted. I think we've got a way, if we can convince Menglod that there is a invading army that we should be trying to pull together, we might be able to achieve that one. But for our own general goals as a group, we have to survive this area. Something like that has to be in here, I think. suppose.
successfully obtain passage. Although maybe we've already done that and just don't know it yet.
Possibly.
Then that doesn't necessarily make it a bad goal. It just makes it a goal that we need to wait till next week to find out if we completed it this week, right?
Exactly. Which gives us another 600 points, so we put it in just now.
It's a nice attempt. Sleep well, buddy. Take it easy. Thank you for the raid.
Okay, so if not something like that, maybe we could have something to do with trying to mitigate the damage some way. Just not sure how.
Well, let's think about this, right? What do you think the next thing that's going to happen is? Right? If we're going to because our goals might be in the assumption zone currently. So
Truthfully, I have no idea what she's going to do, other than that it's probably not good considering Dead Forest Guardian.
But
Well, I think
none of you's actually caused its death, right?
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry to cut you off then. But none of you's caused its death specifically. It's not like you's ripped its head off.
No.
Right? Yes, Eldritch may or may not have technically taken its title, but it wasn't using it anymore.
Yeah.
In theory, right?
Yeah, there was a vacancy.
Okay. So it depends how much you fear that, I guess. And assumedly, it's probably quite an impressive addition to Mangalore the Everlasting One's army, right? So, do we think Thakane's a better gift than the dead fire giant you took from her?
Well, I would say 100% yes.
Yeah, probably.
Then why worry? Right?
I don't entirely trust her for some reason.
That's fair.
Because she seems to have a number of insane heads attached to her.
Let
that don't
them
seem
pass.
to have originally been there. And also she's a necromancer. I have nothing against necromancers, but Vanguard does.
As one himself. Uh-huh.
No, Vanguard can't actually do undead stuff. He can raise the dead, but into a living form.
Is there no necromancy on your spell list? No?
Not yet.
Okay.
He's got necromancy, but it's not like actual necromancy. It's like spells that do cold damage.
Let's have a nosy.
Sometimes.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, he's got Toll the Dead, but that's not real necromancy.
Spare the Dying, necromancy, chill touch, necromancy, sapping sting, necromancy, toll the dead, necromancy. Poison spray isn't necromancy.
He gets those from his anti-necromancy class.
He would know best about whether to trust necromancers or not, being one.
Fast life, necromancy.
This is mostly this is grave cleric
necromancy.
abilities. Mm-hmm. This is literally like an anti-necromancy.
I just like he doesn't do necromancy, except all this necromancy that he just happens
to
find.
Yeah, but that's not really... by no sane definition is it necromancy, it's just like offensive spells that are lumped in with that because they're spooky. It's bullshit.
It's like class B necromancy. Yeah. Okay. So why is this open?
I don't know why I was so defensive about that.
That's okay. It's just funny. So let's continue the assumption then, folks, right? Very briefly, if we can. If you think that the gift you are giving is better than the thing you have supposedly taken, you might be able to barter passage and thus just move on.
Yeah.
Right? So why not set a goal for not being here? Or is the goal kill at least 20 of them? I don't mind if you just decide that we don't like her and we're just going to try and kill her anyway. But that's a choice you need to kind of make and then build a goal around it, right? But Undead Forest Guardian gift? Not the worst. Definitely not.
I think we did this on the assumption that it would get us passage and we wouldn't have done it otherwise, so I think the only thing that makes sense is if we are able to make passage, to fucking do it.
Yeah, so
If we were going to fight, doing it before we gave them Undead Spirit Guardian was better.
I may want to interrupt it
Double
before it's
plus
complete.
agreed.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess then any goals changing here? Going once? Going
I
twice?
think we add leave the F. You know what? Leave it at that. Leave the F. Like,
So is
just
it-
leave the fuck. You know.
Is it
Uh,
leave
I was-
Menglod's territory without
Yeah.
incident?
Oh no,
I was just-
Define incident. That's
because
broad.
we've already lost that one.
I mean, I would let it start from now. Um,
I've got to say no to that one,
okay.
and
so
I'll explain why I'm about to change my goal because I'm about to have a bit of fun next round.
Okay. Interesting. But you've wrote something.
for personal goal, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm not. I feel like this is more going to the old bond system. So I can agree if this isn't suitable for here, but it's, something on the lines of possibly trying to.
I like these strong qualifiers already.
Well, yeah, I feel like Fleabite feels that Vanguard needs a bit of Skaven taught to him.
Okay.
I like that you've decided to reverse the roles of like rather than bowing to Vanger's experience, we're going to teach him how to be a bastard.
I not to go too much onto the wrap up chat, but I think Fleabite's has basically made the decision that trusting Vanguard on that one wasn't the right way.
You may well be very correct. I'm not saying you're not. I think you might well be.
Hmm.
And so, Fleabite put his faith in Vanguard, so...
Did he
quite
though?
go-
Did he though?
He hoped that
Fleabite
Vanguard knew
just
more
did-
than...
Fleabite just didn't fight alone. Right?
But that wasn't up to Fleabite, though.
I mean, in your credit, you were the first one to say violence, but you were the last one to say, okay, I'll go with the party, when there was the talk down.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think the record will show Fleabite was the first to say...
I think
go
I was
with
last.
Okay. I'm not going to fight you on that, that's fine. But yeah, I feel like possibly trying to maybe convince Vanguard in a goal. I feel like it needs to be a lot more definitive and a lot more like involving challenge. So
Yeah.
Is the goal confront Vanguard and show him the error of his ways and make him embrace murder? Which is kind of, I guess, a harsher way of saying what I really mean to say. I can say that's a better, stronger goal, because it is a definitive shift from Vanguard's ideals. Because Vanguard will fight if he has to. It's never been
Yeah.
in question.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I put the qualifier of starting the fight. Because I know...
Yeah, but there's also sometimes that's too wishy-washy. You know?
Something about killer instinct, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, like kill first, regret later. You know? But there's definitely a goal in there somewhere. Okay. It's an interesting rephrase.
Yeah. You know
That
what?
murder is a form of defence.
Oh, the preemptive self-defense, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Best defense is a good crime.
That was Stephen, I think, wasn't it? Like, I think Stephen said that in the Origin game, was it? Like,
It sounds about right.
yeah. Preemptive self-defense, that's his excuse for murder.
Yeah, didn't he want to like void the compartment with people sleeping in it into the sky?
It's like, couldn't we just have built the ship, the airship, with a compartment where the floor falls away? I'm like, you could have, yes, but you didn't. Oh, and that's murder. No, I think it's called
Partly because
preemptive
it's
self-defense. Yeah.
It's not just murder; it's a crazy way to commit murder.
To be fair, that was his, that was the shine to Stephen role-playing with us, though, was the slightly more eccentric ideas, which I enjoy. Right, anyway, so let's speed this up, sorry. Fleabite, is this changing or is it staying as it is? Because it just looks like it's highlighted to me. What are we going with? Okay, interesting. So what I'm kind of taking from that is that you have to sometimes preemptively kill something so it doesn't escalate. Is that what you're going for there?
Or I guess
If you can't explain it, that's a bad qualifier, right?
well, it was more that violence can achieve things that for more than just self-defense, and I guess I'm trying to remove the moral component of it, because that is the hard part to try and convince out of anger, and I don't think Fleabite will necessarily manage.
But that's what makes it a goal. If it was like, it makes it a proper like character shift. So yeah, maybe try and use some of those words in that goal, and we'll see how that looks. Also, I don't like. There's still 2 blind general goals, folks. One has some words in it, but that never quite got. I thought you said.
No, I'd leave the. I think that basically
leave the.
Is what you're feeling.
Leave the. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says the bar the.
Did you say Bort? What's that?
It's also my son's name.
Leave the territory of Mengle. Okay. I feel like that still needs without incident. If you want it to be a goal, just walking away isn't necessarily a goal.
What about
what do you consider to be an
massively
incident?
catastrophic incident?
So I would say without incident is a good goal, because if we do cause an incident, that sort of sets us up for another goal that we can try.
Why do you have to be like this?
Because it made Fleabite.
Like, if we fail this goal, that's okay, because that probably means that we have good inspiration for another goal.
Yeah, it's like a trampoline.
I trust you. I trust you.
And so given that we still have a blank one, if we think of 2 other ones, then...
Yeah, because Elshis needs a goal, and so there's a... In fact, I've seen that Caldrath popped in something. You've put challenge Zipdag to a test of our battle skills. That's good. She did state... No.
This is why I'm asking, what do you consider an incident?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can wrap your head around what I mean by incident, right?
Yeah.
Alright, and you doing a combat challenge isn't necessarily, like, as long as it's a actual combat challenge of let's test our skill, sure, I think that's cool. I'm happy with that. I feel though what you mean is best, Swiptag, any battle of skill.
Yes.
That's really what you mean, because just saying I challenge you to a battle, you win, I got a goal, thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you definitely want to win that battle. I'm happy with that being a goal, yeah. It's a good one though, I like it. And I also came off the back of your conversation with her, where she goes, if you appease Menglod and still wish to challenge me, good.
Yeah.
It's a good one. What about Eltris? Anything?
I think I thought of something.
It's a good start, yeah.
This.
Right. Find out exactly why my skin changed from wood to rock. Okay.
Yeah, but it was more in the sense of like, is there more to it? Can it change to like not other things, but well, maybe other things, but like
every time we roll a D100.
Oh no, pufferfish! Damn it! No, like if you want that to be a goal and you can think of ways you can get those answers, sure.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if there's ways that I can get those answers. Really.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd put in place of this?
I suppose you could speak to Thakane.
I mean, yeah. Oh, dear Chris, thank you for joining us. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
such a good line. In fact, you know what? If you don't have inspiration already, have it now, because that was glorious.
I'm sorry.
That's great. I love it. That's fine. No, like I think your goal's fine, Lucius. I'll be eager to see how you pursue it. That's all. What did you go for in the end, Fleabite? Convince Vanguard that his will to avoid cold-blooded violence will lead to worse consequences. Okay. Vanguard, how do you feel about that? Because obviously, if you feel like that would just never happen, I don't mind if you just cut off someone's, goal.
I don't think that's completely implausible. I think Vanger's shown in this session that he is willing to bend his morals if it means, saving the world.
Yeah. That's good. Oh, good. I'm happy with that as well.
I'm also okay with not succeeding because I
Yeah.
can't think of anything better. So
Just by me saying it's an okay goal doesn't mean to say I expect it to be done.
Yeah.
At no point would I expect Colin to play Vanguard differently than how he wants to. And I don't intend to make it like persuade rolls against you. You just need to try and use your history of the game with each other. Because rolling against each other is kind of garbage, and I'll let you handle how that goes. Beyond that, anything else I need to be aware of goal-wise? Because I know we're blank on a goal, but if you haven't thought of one by now, then I'm good to move on, quite frankly. Are you good to move on?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent.
I think so.
Yep, cool. In that case, that was 2 goals, right? It's not bad. And we're
Indeed.
1600. So what's our new total? Math whizzes.
4,
8, 7,
8, 7, yep.
4,807. No,
Nope.
48,007. Fuck my life. 40.
2 pieces. 48,700.
Pieces.
40,700. Yeah. Not
I've
bad.
got a character mancer level up.
Don't worry about it yet. Because you haven't long rested. So don't bother with your level ups until you have.
No.
Yeah, imagine that. So, with that though, everybody's updated their XP to say 48700.
Indeed.
Excellent. In that case then, wrap up chat. Elchis, you can go first.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. It was good. It was after you miss a session. I felt like it's quite hard to jump back into it. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you just have to jump back in though.
I know. Yeah, but it was good. Glad the Kane's alive again, and it's definitely nothing bad that would ever come of that.
Cynthia just jumps out of the trees and snaps its neck again.
But yeah, no, good fun as always. Yeah, don't really have much to say tonight, if I'm honest with you. Just good fun as usual. I'm trying to think of something specific that happened that I can actually talk about, and I've got nothing just now. Yeah.
What about next week? How do you feel about what's going to happen next week?
I mean, I think personally we'll be okay. But I might just be a dreamer. And
Whoa.
too optimistic about it all. But apparently we took something of hers. We've repaid her debt.
Get your head in your hands, yeah.
The Kane's happy with his new mum. And we can just get safe passage, It's definitely not going to go like that, but it would be nice if it did.
No, it's when Keldrath, thinks he's being chivalrous and lets Sept win, obviously, that fight, and then, insults her honour, and then causes a massive clan-wide incident, and then, yeah.
That ain't gonna happen.
I know, because you got a goal that says you get XP if you win, so...
We all get XP if I win.
That's
Hit me
true.
with spells, hit me with armor, hit me with what you've got.
Okay, yeah. I like it though. It's good. It is good. I think you might just have to establish it's maybe not to the death with her, unless you don't
That
care.
would be the most difficult bit. Yeah.
That'll be fine. That can be for
Yeah.
next time. Anything else, Otis?
No, I think that's everything really. Just thanks for having me as always.
Nice to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
And Keldrith.
That has got to be probably the most intense episode I've been a part of. Last week's with the battle, that was kind of straightforward in a way. It was a battle.
Mhm.
You knew it was coming, but that with sweat tags, that was bringing the worst out of me. I just wanted to just hit her with my staff and just get it over and done with, and
It was good.
maybe sitting back and letting Eltris be the diplomat that he is was
Do you mean
good at
Vanger
that.
or Eltris?
Vanger, sorry,
Okay.
Vanger, sorry, Vanger. I agree with. I still think we should have just attacked. I really do. This might not work out that way as was just said, but I just got the funny feeling we're going to be fighting the rest of the way up here
Sure,
against
but
the
I mean,
undead.
yeah. My thinking was that if we fought her then, we were going to be fighting even further up against the undead.
No, I can see your logic. I think it made sense as well. Like from
I don't necessarily think the choice that Vanger has made is a perfect one. Yeah.
but it's a
definitely
Vanger
see.
one, and that makes sense. So, yeah.
Definitely. My take on this would have been we hit her, we get rid of her, and we just run the rest of the
Just
way up
bury
the
the body in the snow. We didn't need a zip tag.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
like,
I just got that kind of
Polish women
feeling.
this
that
high, blue skin? No, we never met her.
Yeah, no. Svet. No,
Nope.
no idea. So, yeah, I've got to say this was quite intense for me. This
That's
was
good.
brought a bad side out of me that I didn't think was going to come into my role playing.
It's good though. Like it's showing us a side of Keldrath, which is interesting.
Exactly.
It's good.
I think it would have been different if, I mean, within seconds she got her backs up. And I know that was intentional, and just sometimes you just want to react to that. Yeah.
I mean, she was
set.
like, Swipdag was very indifferent to you guys. Like, very. That was obvious. There was like no connection
and
no willingness to necessarily make one.
And this is why I want this challenge in next time. Whether the battle's over in one round because she is that tough, or not, I just need to find that out now.
That's good.
And Fleabag may be the person to do that rather than me, but
Fleabag lines up the sniper rifle from the snowy banking.
Something, but it just feels I need to find that out. That's just.
I think it's a great goal. I actually think it's a really cool scene to have as well. Like especially from like a monk angle of like, you know, it makes me think of that scene from like the Matrix 2, I think it is, where it's like to fight something. It might be 3, but it's like, you know, you only know somebody after you fight them. It's good. I like it. It's very good.
Yeah.
And it means we get to see her fight if you fight her.
Exactly.
Which is also cool. Because she seemed like she could take. Imagine you just like knocked her out in one punch. Like
she challenged at least 3 of us without batting an eyelid. That's got to be tested. That can't just be let go. So
like it.
That's my thoughts on that.
It's maybe even something you want to add into Keldrath, like as maybe a mild aspect of his personality is like maybe you like the idea of like if somebody's that confident, you expect them to kind of like be worth it almost.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something you've got. Like you've obviously seen your colleagues currently in battle, right? So you kind of know what they're like. But when it comes to other people, maybe that is part of Keldrath you're discovering. Maybe it isn't. That's something to kind of ruminate on as a player. Because it's nice when you get these moments and you go, I think he's like this now. Yeah, it's good. Anything else, bud?
No, I think that about covers it. Yeah, as
Oh,
I said, intense. Really enjoyed it.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Vanger.
Vanger
I think you did
has
well.
made some weighty decisions.
I think you did well. I like that you kind of you stood your let's not just immediately jump into violence like ground. I thought that was good.
Yeah, and it was tempting, and it 100% would have had your backs, obviously. So yeah, but I just thought, do we need to kill this person here now? And if it's just going to mean we're struggling up this mountain and probably getting confronted by an undead monster anyway. I mean, she turns out she's not
Yeah,
an
right.
undead monster. She's a monster who has undead. I just sort of thought it made sense. It wasn't something you like to do. It wasn't something I necessarily even like to do, but it was definitely just like a tough decision that I feel Vanger would have made because he is 100% committed to the West. He's kind of having to sacrifice one of his beliefs for another because he feels that really strong sense of a vocation of this being sort of what he is destined to do. So even though he knows that his god would sort of have him normally deal with undead in more harsh terms, he's sort of like, well, if this means that I can't do this mission of absolute importance on which I have been set by my god directly, then what's the point? Like if I die here needlessly fighting the undead, that will all be very heroic, and I'm sure my god would approve under normal circumstances if he hadn't explicitly, told me go save the world, which I'd then not be doing on account of being dead. So he's definitely got like a sense of he has to do everything within his power. That doesn't make it easy for him, though. And perhaps he should be more willing to resort to violence because maybe it would have turned out more strategically viable than he thought. Maybe if we killed Svipdag, then it's not like she'd just automatically know exactly where we were, and we'd be able to, sneak up the mountain by just
because you do
taking
really
a
well
couple
in
of hits of exhaustion.
your survival rolls are good. So yeah.
I mean, maybe that could have happened. It might yet prove to be a actually really good choice. I don't think it will. I think it's probably going quite badly, but yeah, I feel like I made the Vanger choice, and I'm happy with that. And oh god, I'm sorry. Also, anyway, but it was fun. It was tense as hell. I liked it.
Oh, good. Glad. Reboot.
Yeah, a lot happening.
Yeah.
Lot to unpack here.
It was hard to take serious hecklers up Fleabite. When I just kept imagining you in like a fluffy white coat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think there's quite a lot going on there. I think one of the things is that Fleabite does not feel that Mengelod deserves tribute.
Oh yeah, agreed.
That we as the group have done nothing that deserves them to get anything from us, really, and sort of the prospect or the concept of reparations doesn't really exist for Fleabite anyway. But more just that we defended ourselves against the undead, and then having to try and pay for that is.
Now keep in mind, the life isn't the only thing; it's the trespassing. Remember.
So yeah, I think that's something that Fleabite doesn't agree with.
Evidently.
Fundamentally, it's not your land unless you control everything that's going on in it. And if you can't stop someone from walking through it, then you don't control the land. It's not your land. Von Rune was able to turn up, capture, or incapacitate us all, and do with us as he would. So he very much was in control of his land, and to a certain extent, even the Tanans were more aware of what was going on.
Even
Whereas-
from the point of view of the Twinans being in charge of Evershade, no invasion seems to be there.
yes, yeah.
Like, yeah.
Whereas the fact that there seemed to be a conflict between the fire giants and Mengelod would show that they don't control it, and the fact that we were able to pass through, and we defeated their guard, if that is what that undead was. So I don't know. You can't own land, man.
I like that Fleabite's mental of, you can't own things that I want.
So yeah, I think Fleabite really doesn't agree with that, and this is something that I think is more of an Alexander, and maybe should think more on it as the difference between Alexander and Fleabite, that the fire giants were pretty chill to their name. The fact that we rocked up, and the way that they handled us, Fleabite had a lot of respect, or Alexander had a lot of respect for. I'm not quite sure how Fleabite should feel about it.
Oh, you won the race. Victorious,
exactly.
that's how you should feel.
But we were clearly no threat to them. They just let us pass, kept an eye on us, but they had their own problems, and I feel we have definitely tipped the balance more heavily in favor of Mengelod now, and those people have no chance.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
whether
On the plus
Fleabite-
side, you just never got to know any of them personally, so there's a plus.
Yeah, we did know that one guy.
That one guy, yeah. He has a name, by the way, just so you know. I did write his name down. But it never came up, sadly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, we seem to be quite bad at that, don't we?
It was good that it was Colin's reaction when she was standing over the party saying, "Well, wake them." Just Colin like, "We're gonna wake up, and who is this?" It was good. It was really
Yeah, I mean that was quite. It's just like, hello, strange woman. Yes, you can come back. Like, what
good. It's
the fuck?
very Eltrus just wandering off and bringing back strange women to camp. To be fair,
This is the opposite of guarding.
yeah.
But definitely, if it was the Telltale game, there would have been the Fleabite will remember this when Keldrath and Eltrus, stood with him.
Mm-hmm.
That
Maybe I'll get my rope back.
Playback going, Mount is loyal. We'll remember this. Ascot also loyal. We'll remember this. Okay, yeah.
So I was glad of that, but yeah, I feel we have aided a malicious entity, and then as soon as I saw the heads sticking out of the belt and
Mm-hmm.
on that art, I was like, oh no.
Oh, it's actually glorious art. I love it. It's like so awkward and horrible to look at.
I presumed Keldrath's head was going to join it. Actually, that was where I thought it was going.
Well, that's not
it's probably
far
not-
away from what I'm thinking here.
Implications.
Sorry, Thicane.
Again, yeah.
Slip.
Like how even Keldrath was like, yeah, mine too. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's good. Really good.
I was, oh no. I do think that's really. I'm glad you told us, even though you didn't have to, that she was speaking giant. Because if she's claiming the giants are invaders to the land, yet by all appearances and language, she would appear to have been one-ish.
Definitely seems like a giant that just has added heads. Yes.
That is interesting.
Yep.
So maybe
And obviously, like, we know that Zwipdag referred to Menglod as a guardian, but whether or not that's just using Eltrus's terminology, we don't know. But I mean, we're counting the elements as we go. not bad, right? Probably. Checks out so far. I haven't met a Frost Guardian yet, or a Necromancy Guardian, so
We met a fire dude, but I don't know if we met a fire guardian.
yeah, I just kind of met like a guy that seemed like he was just on patrol.
Fire lads, just a
Fire
just
lad.
a lad.
Aye, just a fire lad. Roaming the land. Yeah, anything else about?
I feel like we may not live to regret this, in more that we won't regret it as much. I do
Mhm.
kill us. But I feel we have made the land worse wherever we go.
Surely that's for the downwards trip, though. Right?
The
I
downward
still
spiral.
think there's a way of getting round about that.
Yeah, I agree.
Take a lot of work.
Gun.
We have heard that the Baru have taken other ways of escaping the mountain. So whether they will be open to us or not, we don't know.
Mm. Yeah.
And meta knowledge, I guess the players know that, or I guess Alexander knows that people have entered Barris through other means than walking, but how canon that is debate.
Oh no, all that still happened as far as I'm concerned, right? If it was on cam, it happened, right? Unless I've actually said it's been retconned, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not sure we will be the ones that have to live with this consequence, but someone will.
Or unlive with it, whatever comes first. Yeah. That you, buddy?
Yeah.
Excellent. I thank you all for playing. That was fun. Again, agree. Tension. Very fun to watch. I genuinely didn't know what you were going to do. I genuinely thought we were going to go into combat. I was like, this escalated. Like, I know she's standoffish, but wow, they were just like, don't mess with people's sleep, apparently.
That might have just been it.
Right? Thank you all for playing. Thank you to everybody that watched. Thank you to Argonar for raiding. That was lovely of you. Thank you to everybody that stayed and watched from trade also. And say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Good.